Hey, Cameron, how are you, Ollie?
Kia ora, Bunty, how are you?
Kia ora, mate. Great. Hi, Jeff.
Okay, Mark. All right. G'day, everyone.
Doing good. Hi, Kesh.
Morning. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't know. Who said that? Yeah, right.
Oh, what a good-looking chairman.
No, it's me today.
Oh, I was looking at Ollie, clearly. Oh, don't call me a raw, come at me raw prawn.
Come me, the raw prawn. Now, where was that from?
Let's not go into it. It's a private joke between me and Ryan.
Oh, it's nice to see you guys playing nicely. That's a raw prawn with me. Angel is here, Ewan's here, Martin's here.
Morena, Maxine is here.
Morena, Maxine.
Where are you today, Mark? You've been painting green signs behind your head.
Oh, that old thing. It's a great series of backgrounds today.
The suggestion is the people of Kiev may beg to differ.
Yeah, I just thought I'd get the first word in. Where did my other ones go? Can go that one, I suppose.
Mark, shall I predict the
No.
time for your meeting?
No, please no. No, we're going to check in with. Hey, look, well, all right, guys. Well, look, we'll crack into it. Actually, I'll start with the karakia. And apologies for any rough pronunciation, but here we go. Whakataka ki hau ki te uru, whakataka ki te hau ki te tonga, kia mākinakina ki uta, ki matatara ki tai, I he ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhanga, ti he Māori ora. What it basically says is, apologies for the pronunciation, but it says, cease the winds from the west, cease the winds from the south, let the breeze blow over the land, let the red tip come down with a sharpened air, a touch of frost, and the promise of a beautiful day. So I think it's a really nice way to start the day. We'd also like to welcome to our Zoom call Zabar al-Zafar, the imam on the local mosque, and ask him to do an opening with his particular interfaith, please.
Marina, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. So I'm going to recite the first chapter of the Holy Quran. Holy Quran, as you know, is the sacred book of the Muslims. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. So the translation is, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise belongs to Allah alone, Lord of all the worlds, the gracious, the merciful, master of the day of judgment. Thee alone do we worship, thee alone do we implore for help. Guide us in the right path, the path of those on whom thou hast bestowed thy favors, those who have not incurred thy displeasure, and those who have not gone astray. And given the current crisis, the Russia-Ukraine crisis, His Holiness Mirza Masood Ahmad, the worldwide head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, has drawn our attention to of the leaders particular, and has prayed in these words. I pray that the world leaders strive earnestly to safeguard and protect mankind, both today and in the future, for the torment of warfare, bloodshed, and destruction. And so, from the depths of my heart, I pray that the leaders of the major powers and their governments do not take steps that will serve to destroy the future of our children and our next generation. Rather, their every effort and motivation should be to ensure that we bequeath to those that follow us a world of peace and prosperity. I pray that world leaders pay heed to the need of the hour and value above all these the obligation to ensure the peace and stability of the world. May Allah Almighty protect all innocent and defenseless people, and may true and lasting peace in the world prevail. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Imam, and I'm pretty sure your sentiments are echoed by everybody in the room today. So you've been most welcome here, and thank you for sharing with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, have a great day. Thank you. Well, welcome team to the community meeting, the first for 2022. What a year it's been so far. So very excited to have this collective bunch of minds and hearts together here today. We've got some, as you can see on the agenda, some pretty chunky stuff to get through, and I'm absolutely confident we're going to get the best result for our community if we just stay onto it. So I'll start off with apologies. I have an apology from Councillor Pascoe, who for lateness today, he's going to be here about 11:30 or a wee bit before. Do I have any others?
From myself, Chair Mark, I've just got a few ins and outs today.
Thanks, Councillor Ryan. Any others? Great. Oh, that's good. We're going to have a good contingent today. Thanks, guys. Do I need to move those? Yes, I do. I'll move the apologies. Be accepted. Seconded, Councillor Kesh. All those in favour? So show of hands, please. Excellent. Thank you very much. That's carried unanimously. Confirmation of the agenda. Now, if you look at the agenda, you'll see a few numbers jumping all over the place. What we've tried to do is keep it as smooth as we possibly can. In the interest of continuity, you'll notice, for example, the General Manager's report is tucked in right there next to the Chair's report, simply because some of the stuff that she brings up in hers is in relation to the community occupancy thing, so it makes more sense to go beforehand with that. We've also got the play strategy implementation update because we have a guest who can make it at that time of the day. And otherwise we'll try and stick to the run sheet, but we'll be flexible if we need to. So with that in mind, any questions on that, on the agenda? Great. I'll move the confirmation of the agenda, seconded by Deputy Kesh. All those in favour, show of hands, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any declarations of interest? Expect us all to be interested. Fantastic. Now we move to the public forum. Now we've got a really full public forum today. We've got, in fact, we've got 7 speakers today. So with that in mind, we normally allow 5, and got staff to send. We were expecting 9 today. We've got staff to send an email saying, look, your speaking time will be shortened to 3 minutes, but because one of them has pulled out, we'll go for 4 minutes. Speakers, if you're happy with that. I'm sorry, it still won't seem long, and that will include questions, but we want to get the very best of what you've got out, and we want to get to the very best of the thinking of the group today as well. So we'd ask you to stick to 4 minutes, including questions. Now, what will happen is at 30 seconds to go, you'll hear this from Carmen.
30 seconds.
There you go. Well done. and that'll be time to start wrapping up. Okay, and I will be quite firm but fair at the end of 4 minutes, because we do have a lot to think about today, so we want to get the best out of everybody. So we'd like to welcome, first of all, Bryce Arnold, speaking to item 9. Bryce, are you there? Do we have Mr. Arnold? Carmen?
Yes, he's just unmuting at the moment. Great. And just starting his camera now.
I see you, Bryce.
Right. Good, thank you. Committee Chair, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the application. The club has been established for 115 years in the Ferrybank precinct, and to maintain the identity as a Hamilton City sporting club group, the club needs to be based within the city boundaries, alongside the river, for its city members to be proud to represent the city. With no other designated locations on the river within the city boundaries, we asked for the lease to be renewed. The club has a good number of junior members and affiliate schools: Hillcrest High, Sacred Heart, Rotorua and Fraser High Schools, and Ngāi Taotia Reko, all who would be displaced if we were unable to continue on the current site. The club building has a function area in the past, and we asked to continue with the exclusive caterer. And we believe this provides a professional and excellent experience for the people who use that facility within the building. Last year, you were presented with a proposal called Aranui for development within the Ferrybank precinct. The club is part of that and very strong support of it. And the club also is proactive in being a financial contributor to any development on there. So we're not looking at it being a burden on the city. The club itself does not see itself as a liability to the club, but an asset that the city can use. Because we have short time, I've summarised that. If there are any questions or clarifications from the full report that's you've been presented with.
Any questions from the team? Don't see any hands up. You know what? That might have been easier than you thought. Very good. Okay, look, I appreciate that. We'll be getting to your, you feel free to stay on the Zoom if you wish to. We're getting to your item reasonably quickly, actually. So in all reality, probably about an hour away, but quickly, council time. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bryce. Appreciate your contribution today, and thanks and say good day to the club. Kia ora, Wayne Marco from the Te Papanui Endley Community Centre. Where are you, Wayne? See there? I can see the top of Annie's head, and I can see.
Is that working?
I can hear you, Wayne. I just can't see you, mate. There you go. Hi, Wayne.
Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora.
E mihi ana kia tātou katoa I tēnei wā. So we're back again from Te Papanui Endley. We're just here to support our application for our lease as part of our expansion into the community centre, and just asking council to partner with us on some awesome community outcomes we've been achieving. Our team are working hard at the moment, and our community are starting to build their capability and capacity in our community. It's really exciting, and I know Vicky will be on very shortly somewhere, but we are completely committed to our community. As you all know, we're a bit hardcore on our side as well, so yeah, e mihi ana kia tātou, and we are just needing more space to be able to achieve some of these outcomes. If you know, within our current lease, there's no room to meet with whānau one-on-one, to do their confidential meetings, to do budgeting advice, to do all the great services that we have to do. We have to do those in big communal rooms, or we have to do it outside in the park under the trees, which is fine except when it rains, hails or snows. So yeah, so just urging councillors to please support that application. Kia ora. Oh, and I see Vicky Young's down there to add any comments as well.
Kia ora, Vicky. Do you want to add something to this, or you're just there to support?
Yeah, I'm just supporting it this time. I think that Wayne's covered a lot.
Yeah,
the only point, I don't know, because I was in the waiting room, so I didn't hear, but I think the main thing for us is that we've provided so many services and we're doing so much for the community that our numbers are really excellent. So we do need the space. We need the whole building space to be able to provide all the great things that we're doing for our community.
Great, thank you. So, look,
thanks.
Can I just respond briefly in that I remember at the very beginning of our term when Kesh came down with me, we we had a general corridor and we asked you about the idea of doing this there and there, and your trust very maturely said, look, we're not quite resilient enough yet. And now I'm really excited to see that you're in that position. So this is a massive step, and just really excited about supporting your kaupapa and what you're doing there. And but I'm not going to presuppose anything. But are you happy with how it looks in the report, Wayne?
Yes, we've worked hard with the staff to be able to come with that, to present that in the report. I know Helen's team's been working extra hard with us to get that over the line this year, so quite happy with that.
Great. Okay. Well, look, if there's no other questions from members, thank you, and we'll look forward to your item coming up soon. Right. Thank you, team. Maria Marsh from Desert Spring Community Centre. She's going to be speaking also to the community occupancy item. This is item number 9. Maria, kia ora.
Morena koutou. Yes, I just would like to speak in support of Tapanui. Enderley, we're excited for them and working alongside them. We're hoping to take our licence courses over there. We've already got our financial mentor in there working with clients, and we've got a number of other we've got a parenting course that we want to be able to support. And what we've identified is that it's better for us to go where the whānau are safe, and Enderley is their space. And so we're just wanting to support their what they would like, their request, and we're fully behind them, and we have a great collaboration going between them. Kia ora.
Unmute. There we go. Sorry about that. I will remind people about mute buttons. I had an embarrassing situation myself with mute at another meeting, which wasn't the most exciting meeting in the world. And Maxine, you'll recall calling me, and I answered the phone and said, look, I'm sorry, Maxine, I'm just in this really boring meeting at the moment, but I wasn't actually on mute at the time. So accidents can happen, so just be really careful with it. Okay, thank you for your corridor, and I think we've got Annie. Hi Annie, good to see you. And you're on mute there, Annie. Hang on a second, I might be able to unmute there. Carmen, can you unmute Annie?
I have requested that she unmute, so she may just need to press the button. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Hi guys.
Hiya.
Yeah. Yes. So I'm pretty much a random lady. I think everybody knows that. So all I know is that I'm on here to tautoko what's happening down at our local Enderley Community Centre, in that. We are wanting the community, we're wanting to take over that whole piece of facility. And I think that's a fantastic idea, Mark. I've been gawking at that building for years and years and years. Hey, Mark.
Oh, yes.
And those ones that know me, and I've been gawking at it. I've even been in there and gawked inside, and I'm out of there now. I have been out of there for some time, but I've got to say, number one, for a long, long time, we've needed a real solid foundation of people in there, and that to be able to go forward and do something constructive and something that's going to benefit our community long term. All right, so I ain't going to be around long, but what I'm saying is that I can see that the team there on board, I want to say to the council, that team on board there, Mark, they're young, they're vibrant, and they have got the go. They've got the get up and go. And that, like I said, I've been gawking at that place for years. And that this is the first time that, that I can see things have been happening. They've proven themselves. And I think that they really, they deserve, and on behalf of our community, please, we deserve to be allowed to have that entire facility to getting on with what our community needs are right now and going forward, Mark. So, that's my tautoko for those ones down there. And, I've openly said it many, many times since that crew have been on there, Te Papa Nui Trust, all those young ones, and that I've seen them grow up too, from kids right here in our neighbourhood, and they have so much to give. And that's why, Mark, I'm really getting behind this, and I'm pleading to council and to the councillors, let's get in there and give these ones a chance. Let's get in there and let's make it happen. Again, I've been gawking at this for years. And I'm very, very proud to be able to get on here and share with you all the invaluable gifts that all of this crew and that have in store waiting for us. And they're just busting at the seams right now, and it's the space and the facility that they require to be able to let them grow. So there you go, there's my kōrero. Thank you very much. I've missed all the kōrero this morning, but yes, if that's you fronting it, Mark, I tautoko.
Thank you, Annie. And I think your tautoko is massive in that community. And on behalf of this committee, can I thank you for what you do with Annie's Corner as well?
Thank you. That's just, hey, Annie's not going to be around here forever and a day. So I can see that kai getting bigger and bigger over that way too. Again, a facility, a decent facility is required.
Yeah, well,
in the space, yes.
You may not think you're going to be around for a long time, but I can guarantee every day you're around, we're going to know you're around. So,
well, aroha nui to you all. So that is my mihi today. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Got it, Annie. Councillor Angela.
Yeah, I'm just going to be cheeky. Love you, Annie, and love your work as always. You're amazing. Mwah.
Hello, my darling.
Don't die anytime soon. I'll be angry with you.
Oh, God. My mother-in-law, she's in her 90s in Christchurch. She goes, you're going to be here till you're 99 with me.
Good.
So there you go.
Outstanding. Good to see you, Annie. Thanks for bringing so much joy.
Guys, thank you. Hey, guys, I've got to go now. All right, no, so we've got kaikais. I've got families here waiting for kaikais, so I've got to go now, okay?
Okay.
All right, kia ora.
Kia ora, bye-bye. All right, so we'll put that down as a tick of support. Okay, Walter Blackburn, speaking to that same item, representing Enderley Green Fingers. Walter, first of all, can we see your fingers? Just do we have Walter, Carmen?
No, I don't believe he's in the meeting at the moment.
Okay, well, if you could keep trying to contact him, we'll move on with Mary Papa from the Local Mothers Volunteer Group from Enderley, speaking to that same item number 9.
Morena.
Morena. Welcome.
Kia ora. Kia ora, everyone. I'm Merete Papa. I live in the area. My son and I utilise Enderley quite often. So my son attends the after-school program at the Enderley Community Centre. So what I'm really here in support of definitely getting behind Te Papanui Enderley taking over the rest of the building, mainly because with all the programs that are being presented there, there's quite a few areas that need a lot more privacy. So we do CVs and budgeting advice, and we've got a lot of other programs that need privacy that you need to get to do by yourself. And at the moment, we don't kind of have the space to do that. We have large spaces that everybody has to share. Now, our programs are all there for the community. The building is, obviously well utilised by Enderley, but in support of Te Papanui Enderley taking the rest of the building, most definitely. And it is, and like I said, it's for privacy, but also for just for a safe environment, for a safe space for when you need to have that one-on-one kind of space with each other. So as you know, the programs are going fabulously there. They're amazing at the centre. Everything we do there is for the community, for ourselves, and the advancement of our manuhiri and our whānau in the area. And this is just a stepping stone, I believe, that we are setting amazing marks just for the rest of the communities to follow, I think. And I just want to say, I'm here to support anything with the community taking over those spaces, because we need the spaces, because it's just advancing and advancing more, and it can only better the community. So, but I'd like to thank you guys for letting me just have that little bit of say in there, and hopefully we're all on board with this. Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome.
Too much of your time.
No problem at all. No, our time is your time. Is there any questions of Mary? No?
Excuse the noise in the background.
Yeah, it adds authenticity to your course. It's all good. No problem. Okay, we do have an apology from Walter. He won't be attending today, unfortunately. So we're going to, thank you, Mary, move to a different item and have a public submitter in the form of Peter van Roonhoven. Welcome, Peter. It's we're all familiar with your work. It's lovely to see you here. You're speaking about, surprise, surprise, the Magical Bridge Trust.
Surprise, Kia ora, everybody. Yeah, and thanks again, Mark, for the opportunity to just follow up on what we addressed and what we talked about a few months ago. So really, this short kōrero was really just an update to give you a more up-to-date idea as to where things are at, and some developments, hopefully with the view to signing off formally later on today the full partnership between the Trust and the Council. So I think the first thing I want to confirm is that the Claudeland Show Trust have now endorsed and are supporting the project. So from our perspective, there are no more impediments to choosing Claudelands and confirming that will be the site. So that's very, very pleasing. We had a fantastic meeting with them late last year, and we've had written confirmation of their approval and endorsement a couple of weeks ago. So that's fantastic news. From a funding perspective, in conjunction with Lisa Topskoff, your funding manager, we have a funding strategy in place. We've targeted a number of key funders as we see them, and we've started conversations with those. And I know that the council is just reviewing their funding strategy. Once that is done, then we'll continue with that process. But that is going very, very well. In terms of the council's minor concerns around staging and what will happen if the full budget is not fundraised, Georgina Howard, who you guys all know, is on our board and is our designer. She has assured me that she can create and deliver a upgraded playground, even in worst case scenario, if we were not able to achieve any additional funding over and above what the council's contributing to the project through their renewal funding. So that is good news. I personally believe that we can raise it all and we'll build it as a single project, but rest assured that we have a strategy in place to deliver it in stages if need be. And so it's going to be designed in that way. We've had some other additional discussions. We have had a number of suppliers, both consultants and equipment, that we've had some conversations with, a number of which have committed to some in-kind contributions to the project. So that will mean reduced costs around some of the consulting and expertise that were needed, as well as some of the equipment that we'll no doubt need down the line as well. So that is also good news and will contribute indirectly, I guess, to the budget and might mitigate a little bit of the overall expense we need. Talking to council staff, everybody is on board that I understand. Lisa, as I said, is fully engaged with us now, and we're working together with her. Maria and her team have been outstanding and liaising with us and internally with the council. So we're very excited to have that ongoing and ever developing relationship with the council. So that is fantastic as well. That is pretty much every key thing that I wanted to talk about, other than the fact the other key development is we are having a meeting on Friday with our partners in the States to formally sign off that partnership, which will confirm the accessibility to all their IP and research, which again will drive what we're able to deliver locally. And we've also now engaged a marketing company to assist with the overall public awareness and promotional aspect of the project as well. That's me. Ka kite, any questions?
Ka kite, Peter. Look, I noticed you are also presenting, is that right, Helen, later on with you when it comes to this item? So if it's okay with you, and there's no burning questions at this point, there'll be some more intricate questions later on in the item. So if members are happy to hold until then, we'll leave it at that for the moment. Is that all right, Peter?
No problem. Thank you.
Great stuff. Good to see you, mate. And we'll see you later on in the day.
Awesome. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, mate. Good on you. Ka kite. All right. And that's the end of the public. We've got no one else in the public there, Carmen. Is that pretty much, that rocketed by, didn't it?
That is everyone, yes.
That was yeah, really interesting and somewhat entertaining. I've never heard the word gawking used quite so much. That was fantastic. Great. Okay, well, look, we'll move on to, no, do we need to? No, we don't need to move those, do we? Right, so we'll move on to the confirmation of the committee minutes of the 25th of November. Are there any questions arising from those minutes? Any actions or questions? It's on page 6. Oh, okay, well, without further ado, I'll move that they be accepted as a true and accurate record, seconded by Deputy Kesh. All those in favour, show of hands, please. Against? Carmen, do you want to call it?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Great, flying along. Okay, item number 6, the Chair's report. Apologies for the lengthiness of the Chair's report. This is on page 14, but we did want photos, and there's a good list of names in there of particular individuals submitted by staff who really went over and above during the cyclone. Just speaking to that, there were obviously a lot more as well, but these are the ones that staff pulled out. So I just want to, on behalf of the committee, thank them for their really good work. They really stepped up at the time. It was great to see, and the work, as you can see, still carries on. There's still a lot of trees around, and they're still doing it long after the drama and excitement of the cyclone has reduced. And I'll be encouraged. I'll encourage you too to take a wee read of the Andy Mannering part of it too. I think that really exemplified the front-facing and brilliant work that our community staff do. Yeah, the rest of it, I'll take it as read. Councillor Angela, you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to support, actually, just a comment, Chair, support. It was really nice interesting to see the photos, but nice to see that you've acknowledged the team as well. They do a phenomenal amount of work. And question, how many Liams does it take to work as an arborist in the city? Liam, and Liam.
I know. I think we haven't even got that many arborists, and 3 of them are Liams. It's amazing.
Crikey, got so many, we have to start our own special branch.
Or anyone born as a Liam is clearly going to grow up to be an arborist. But yeah, great report, fully support it. Well done, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Angela. Deputy Mayor Taylor, your hand's gone down?
I had a comment, not a question. I just thought I might be a bit early. Is now the time?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Look, I actually, I think that's one of the best Chair's reports I've ever read. And I love the way that you do things differently, Mark, because we often praise staff, but we often do it in a general way. And I just love the fact that you've got into specifics, and it just makes it so much more meaningful. And I read the bit about Andy Mannering, and I was really quite moved. I just thought, geez, what amazing people we have working for us, talk about going above and beyond. So thank you for that Chair's report. I thought it was really meaningful and really special, actually.
Thank you, Jeff. It's easy to write a great Chair's report. We've got great people to write about, I think. But thank you. I very much appreciate your comment. Councillor Kesh, and then Councillor Dave.
Thank you. Same sentiment. Thank you, Chair Mark, for putting this together. I think it's really good to recognise those people who have gone over and above what's usually expected, and were there for our community when we most needed them. And just really good to recognise their efforts and the personal acknowledgement. I think it carries a lot of weight. It's adding a person to, behind the machines, and just recognising how much of good work that they do outside of your usual business hours. So thank you for highlighting it. And thank you to the team for everything that you did last Sunday. Without a doubt, phenomenal effort. And I'm sure a lot of grateful people in our community.
Great, thank you, Kish. I really appreciate your kōrero. Councillor Dave, morning.
Thank you, Chair Bunty. I want to ask the same sort of question that the last two speakers have asked. Thank you for your report, which was a very interesting report. So I agree with Jeff in that respect, and particularly focus in terms of staff on Andy, because this is the second time in less than a week that I've heard positive comments about his, if you like, extra over and above or extracurricular work in the community in a positive way. But the thing I want to add, which you haven't said specifically in your report, and maybe everyone just assumes it, is something that I heard from some staff, actually. They said, look, when I arrived to clear that tree out, there were already half a dozen people from the neighbourhood with their chainsaws out. In fact, I think it was a huge boon for Still and the other people who make chainsaws, because all of a sudden there was actually a reason for the public and the community to use their chainsaws. And literally, I saw this up on Hukanui Road. Locals had gathered together to help clear things before the official parties got there. And I think part of the thing that the Cyclone Dovey actually showed me was the community didn't really care about officially reporting stuff and that to start with. They just want to get out and help. Plus the opportunity, of course, to use chainsaws, which excites quite a number of men in this community. So thanks, Bunty.
Good on you, Dave. That's great. Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, look, just totally endorse your comments, Kesh and Dave's. Fantastic team. Shout out to Andy, but also the heroes. I mean, basically, we've got some amazing heroes and people who, it reminded me seeing on a streets issue, seeing our former streets engineer, Jason, this is not a 9-to-5 job, just the sheer dedication and passion, and we are so blessed. And I think it's really important when we discuss controversial issues, etc., that we always remember the incredible service and professionalism and dedication of our entire team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. All right, no more comments. Just let's wrap up by saying, you're absolutely right. The community really did stand strong, as they seem to do in crises in this place. And our staff, I don't know about you, but that's the proudest thing I have about this job, is every time I see our team out working, they're doing it because they absolutely love it and they love the community. So, yep, very, very good. So, all right, look, I'll move the chair's report be received. Seconded, Councillor Kish. Those in favour, show of hands, please. Anyone against? I dare you. Nope. Great.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Going well. Okay, we move on to the welcoming plan. I'm going to hand the chairing of this over to Councillor Kish, because this is your baby, Kish. So with the group's leave, Kish will be chairing this item.
Apologies, Councillor Mark. Can I just confirm, are we wanting to discuss the play strategy implementation?
Oh, my apologies. I was looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, Kish, got you so too excited. All right, yes. Play strategy. Gee, I did jump there. Sorry about that. Sorry, Maddie. And we moved it early for you too and kept you waiting through that last piece of brilliance. So, all right, so let's introduce the play strategy. And that is on page 154 of your diligent. And presenting, I presume, leading this will be you, Joe, and introducing our guests.
Tēnā koutou. My name is Jo Van Woolraven, Policy and Strategy Advisor for Community. With me today is Matthew Cooper, who is CEO of Sport Waikato, Dr. Damien Puddle, Play Advocate, and also I'd like to introduce Hayden Westerbury, who is the Northern Play Advocate, who joined us in November last year. The purpose of this report is to update you on the implementation of the strategy since November last year. The implementation work covers a really wide range of activities, on both operational and strategic level. So there's been a focus on integrating play in sort of immediate projects, but also making longer term sustainable outcomes for the city around play. But I'm going to hand it over to Damien and I think Matthew to talk about this. They're the experts and they will fill you in. So, and
thank you, Jo.
Questions. Yeah.
Tēnā koutou, good morning, Chair, Mayor, Councillors and Māngai. Yeah, we continue to take a multi-pronged approach in the implementation to spontaneous play through the Play Strategy Action Plan, as Jo just mentioned. And we're taking a long-term sustainable change approach within Council through the encouraging of current strategy refreshes and policy updates and ensuring their alignment with the play strategy, as well as providing play feedback in the early stages of new projects that would not previously have engaged with play. And we're also supporting the development of tangible spontaneous play opportunities that ultimately are sort of the end product look of what sustainable long-term change in those high-level areas look like. And those opportunities that included in the report will directly benefit children in some of Hamilton's lower socioeconomic neighbourhoods, as well as aligning with other strategic goals and projects for council in those areas. The report focuses primarily on funded projects that are closer to completion, but there's also a range of operational guidance being provided to staff on play, as well as growing the knowledge of the play strategy among other city stakeholders and exploring further novel and cultural play opportunities within various communities, which is really, really fun. And I'll pass over to Matthew now just to say a few words as well.
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone, Chair Mark, Mayor Paula, councillors and Māngai. I was going to go on here and say I'm on a meeting right now and it's an outstanding meeting to be on and Mark's doing a great job. So go on mute. Just to reinforce to council, and firstly, before I say that, Helen, I just want to acknowledge your elevation to General Manager and Sport Waikato. I'm really looking forward to working with you in your new role at council. Damien's important space is bringing informal movement component of the Hamilton City Council play strategy to life, elements of more organised and so that's the informal part. But also there is a component of sport and active recreation that we're still very focused on here in our city. Sport Waikato, via my role and Hayden's role, is really focused on supporting sport and active recreation in the city as well. So just complementing the fact that the play strategy is something from an informal point of view we love, but we're also very committed to supporting council around sport and active recreation in the city as well. This work includes supporting spaces and places development. That's obviously through our facilities, and also aquatic provision. And aquatic provision is something we're very important to work with council. I know it's an agenda item today, and I know that we've had a pretty bad summer in terms of drownings as well. So we're very keen to be working with our council on that as well. And so, of course, always supporting collaborative partnerships, whether they're through school and community, school council. Those opportunities is what we're working very heavily for. So through you, Chair Mark, I'll open it up for questions.
Very good. Any? Do we have questions from the team? If not, look, I'll kick off and encourage you to ask questions of it. It's a cool strategy. Can I ask one of you, Damien? Last time we were chatting, I think just before the last one, you were talking about those meetings with team leaders, which obviously is going to be a bit harder to do at the moment, but encouraging them to make their particular areas more playable, more play friendly, and looking at things through a play lens. How's that going? I see the same ideas in there. I don't see any new ones at this point.
Yeah, so we're working across teams to try and embed play into some of those, capital infrastructure projects and things that some of those projects take a long time to come to fruition and move through various iterations, and play is only always going to be a small component of those larger pieces of work. But two good examples, one that wasn't previously discussed is the Whatakoruru Drive, the Peacock East-West Arterial. And so having play included within the detailed design of the footpaths and the surrounding land in a way that's never been done before. Which is really encouraging as a play advocate. The Rosatuna Library and forecourt area is another example. So not just the planned playground and future skate park that is being suggested through that development, but also the public realm areas outside the library, including play features on purpose, as well as the Peacock Wastewater Project along Wairere Drive is an example of a wastewater project that has nothing to do officially with play, but is creating a cool opportunity to explore what embedding play into the Alderson Road underpass to activate the Insole Avenue walking school bus. So some of these things take some time to integrate, but is really encouraging. And the feedback that's coming through from Sport New Zealand and the other councils that are starting later down the track with this journey, they're really encouraging the feedback that is coming from there. So commend council on their progress.
Yeah. No, I'm interested in the wastewater thing, even with signage, but I won't dominate this. We've got Maxine with a question. Councillor Maxine.
Kia ora, yes, and probably for Matthew, I think. We've got an awful lot of women's sport coming up this season and into 2023 when we see the FIFA Women coming into the Waikato. How are you going to leverage that kind of high exposure women's sport and be able to see some really great outcomes for young women and women in Hamilton and around?
We've got Councillor Maxine, we've got an initiative that we've been driving for a while now called This Is Me, which really does target opportunities for all women to participate in sport. So it's certainly the promotion and the opportunities now are so far greater than they used to be, and so using the Women's World Cup, which starts, is going to be a great opportunity again for those young aspirational young ladies that may think that that's only a dream. To do that, we have to be working closely with our schools in Hamilton City under our way of working to ensure that what we're doing is creating opportunities that they can have a go. We've got to create opportunities that the product that we're giving them is not putting young ladies, for example, if they want to take up cricket, they're in the field for 4 or 5 hours and they get bored very quickly. It's got to be innovative. And everything about the work we do now, Maxine, is all about the quality of experience. So that's the coaching that they're receiving, that's the format of the game that they're having. And we will keep supporting that through our initiative. This Is Me, basically saying to any young lady, you can have a go and you can do it how you want, you can wear what you want, you won't be judged.
Sounds great, actually, and I look forward to seeing some of the results of that come through, especially with young women being able to access a variety of different sports that will be available, both through school and the organised networks. Thank you.
Thanks,
Maxine. Thank you. Mayor Paula, hello. Just on mute there, and I think we've caught you in the middle of some form of jazz.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you. I was just miming in the middle of extreme tech issues at work. So I'm trying to read my agenda and Zoom off the same screen. It's hopeless. However, that's been fixed as we speak. Good morning, Matthew and team. It's really good to see you. Can't quite see Damien. Can't see who else all is on at the moment. Sorry, but my question is very, very familiar with the play strategy and your approach. I think it moves us on a long way. But I guess I'm interested in how we determine partnerships and priorities out of this going forward, because there's a lot underway and then there's a lot still that remains to be done in the recreation play area. There are some areas of our population that are less served, keeping youth in sport, women in sport and other things like that. So given that we don't have the funds and the wherewithal to do everything that we would love to do if we could, how do we derive priorities? And it might be a question for both Sport Waikato and staff. How do we determine what we should be focused on? We've already put some effort, for example, into aquatics because we knew that aquatics was a high need. What's next? So,
I think I'll start, Mayor Paula. I think we've still got underpinning is the Waikato Regional Active Spaces Plan is our key driver in terms of facility infrastructure and recommendations. And I think the good part about that plan is it talks about partnership. It has to. Now, we've got obviously real need with the looming Peacocks development. We've got real need, I think, in the southwest of our city for indoor court provision. And we've got a council that's committed to putting some serious funds set aside for that. And to do that, the only way we can do that, I believe, are good partnerships. And one of our key partnerships, I believe, still is Ministry of Education. So how do we keep focusing on what our priorities are in that space? Just with aquatic space, and I know it's an agenda item later, we're working very closely with your staff and other key partners around improving water safety after a terrible summer of drownings. And even with our own Sport New Zealand driven to Manawa funding, we're looking at how do we access more opportunities and for our high deprivation communities in the city. So there's another opportunity through Sport New Zealand that we could access to Manawa funding to support our city around some of our high need areas to get our young tamariki and mokapuna and rangatahi confident around water.
Yeah, oh, that's good. I just you know, the work that we could do is enormous, and come the LTP, come the annual plan, not so much the annual plan, but more the long-term plan, you know, we get a lot of projects. Just making sure that we are lined up with the priorities and get the best outcome, I think, is where my view was. I don't know if staff want to comment also from our perspective, how we use our own play strategy in the work of Sport Waikato to advance the right priorities for funding.
Probably just reiterate what Matthew said, that we are working closely with his team. So both obviously got Damien Hayden here today, but also Shane Brodie and Amy Manfield. So we will, and we were looking at that as we working towards the LTP, and that'll be coming through strongly in the asset management plans in terms of need, both around water safety that Matthew talked about, and where our focus is and what other funding we can access to support that, but also in future facility provision. So there'll be a very joined up approach on that.
Well, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, Paula. Councillor Kish.
Thank you. Just a quick question around an update. I'm not sure if there is one. In the past, we've talked about creating a pathway for external funders to contribute to play spaces that they're interested in contributing to. So, for example, you know, we've had conversations with businesses in Central City who would like to see play elements in Garden Place and happy to contribute to it, or neighborhood playgrounds. Has there been any work done or any update on creating that external funding pathway?
Damien, you can pop in if you can, but all I'll say, Councillor Kesh, is that the channel is the Funders Forum, and that is the channel for us, who do meet together, I think, on a quarterly basis. And I think it's probably again around us working with management and around our approach. Because I mean, as we know, we've got such a, you know, that's a really important aspect. And as a resident over the last 10 years, I suppose, if I reflect on the playgrounds and opportunities to recreate in our parks, it's just gone to another level, and I think that's really exciting. So I think the way to do that would be, and everything's around partnership and leverage. How do we do that now? If we can go together as a Sport Waikato and a Hamilton City Council to a funders forum around a vision and dream for playgrounds, I think that's what we should be looking at, Councillor Kesh.
Perfect. Thank you.
I can add to that as well. So later on, when we were talking around city investment and working groups and working in that really partnered way, and Sport Waikato is represented on some of those working groups. So again, showing that really joined up approach.
And I'll just add something that's not in the report, as it's still in the early stages, but Sport Waikato and Hamilton City Council have been chosen as one of 5 initial pilot sites to test Sport New Zealand's neighbourhood play system blueprint. So it's my role was the first in terms of local play advocate within local government, but then they want to step down a level and understand what's happening with play right at the neighbourhood level. And so this project is kicking off within Enderley around Insall Avenue School, looking at a 750 metre catchment around that school and engaging with stakeholders who sit within that space. So Te Papanui Enderley Trust is invested in the concept, as well as Kainga Ora and other stakeholders in the school investing in what does it look like to support play for children and family within that neighbourhood. With council being a part of that conversation, but not the only one in that conversation. And so the funding element is a bit down the track, but that's a really, really exciting project.
That's really cool to hear. Thank you, Damien. That's so exciting. Thanks.
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? Great. Thank you. Well, look, there being no more questions, I will move that this update or this report be received. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kesh, thank you. I will just say, this of all the strategies, as you probably know, is my favourite one, and there's no disrespect to the others. I'm really worried. I just don't want to see this disappear down an avenue of bureaucratic speak. I really want to see lots of pictures. I want to see lots and lots of action, because that's going to get us more action. Love the work you're doing within Insall Ave School. Love the work you did on the bollards too, down by Willoughby Park. Although I did think they were going to be different sizes, so kids could jump on them. But however, they look better than they did. So it's just keep reimagining and keep going. I mean, this is very much a yes strategy, and often this is a no industry. So really want to just give you as much confidence as you can possibly take into your next report. I want to see colour, I want to see play, and I want to see us as an urban playground. So keep going, and I'm not gonna stop hassling you about it. So thank you very much. Mayor Paula, you have something to say?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this really good report. And like you say, it's very heartening to see the lineup between ourselves and Sport Waikato, and the refocus on recreation and play as a way of encompassing sport, but also wider movement of the community and keeping the community healthy. I am aware that there's a lot to do still, and we can't do everything overnight. So we really have to smarten up and look at what we can achieve. And I'm really excited by the partnership funding that we're seeking, Helen, with both Sport Waikato as a partner, but also looking at other people who can support us with coming alongside. I, like Mark, share the view that I want Hamilton to be one of the most livable cities. That's one of our visions, and that includes places to connect and play with family. And we're seeing different. I mean, look, honestly, some of the work that council has done in the last few years has been brilliant. If you look at the playground at Innes Common with the exercise equipment for adults, never a day when it's not being fully used. If you look at the playground in Hillcrest, never a day when multi-age people are there using that equipment. So, I think we're trending the right way, and look forward to working with you further, Matthew and team and staff, on this as we go forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Paula. No more speakers? Any more speakers? Do I see any more hands? Nope. Okay, well, look, that's been moved and seconded. Those in favour, show of hands. Anyone against? Thank you very much. Good to see you, Matthew. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks, Council. Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Okay. Right, team. So the way, look, it's 10:30. I'm going to try for a coffee break at about 11. And I think we may be able to squeeze if all going well, the GM's report and the community occupancy in beforehand. So we'll give that a crack, eh? So onto the GM's report. Now, Matthew stole my thunder. Just want to formally congratulate you, Helen, on your permanent appointment as Chair of Community. Really enjoying working with you personally, and I know you're going to be a massive asset to that team. So I'm really glad to see your feet under the table.
Thank you, Mark. Morena koutou. I've just got two items for information only in the GM report, and also one that's seeking a resolution. It's not actually included in the written report that you have, but we will be putting up a recommendation to apply to the Tourist Infrastructure Fund. So I'll cover that off lastly. So firstly, I've committed to giving just progress updates in my GM report on the work that we're doing with both Puketi Neighbourhood House and Te Papanui Indela Community Centre around their new community centres. That's all going well. I heard some comments around the Rotatuna Library at the side tuning and
Helen, your sound's gone a little bit funny, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yep,
yes.
Better. Thank you.
Great. I'll talk a bit closer. Thank you. And just that high level of community engagement around the co-design of that building. And so just really wanting to give assurances that we're bringing that same level of engagement to both the Puketi Neighbourhood House and Te Papanui Indela Community Centre with a number of workshops and interviews, and really working from that aspiration of what's the aspirations of the community. I heard someone recently talk about they don't use the word vulnerable communities, they use the word aspirational communities, and I thought that was a really great term. And you heard from Te Papanui Trust this morning just the aspirations that they have after that community. It's also true for Puketi, so we're really starting from that position and looking at what their aspirations are, what needs to be incorporated into the design, where are the best locations on the site. So making sure that we do a really thorough job at this end of that and really applying a community-led approach. We are at the stage where we're starting to draft up some concept designs, which will give us a bit more of understanding around cost and funding requirements, and working through the funding plans for that. There's with the Te Papanui Indela Community Centre, we're also taking a very joined up approach with Kāinga Ora as well as the other stakeholders, given the amount of community regeneration that's planned for that area. And you'll get an update on how that partnership is going at the District Plan Committee on the 10th of March and the GM report there. The other item that I had actually spoke to last week, I'd already written my GM report, but I spoke to it at the EM session last week around sporting events and education outside the classroom and some of the COVID-related guidelines and protocols associated with that. Of relevance today, though, is that the government has made a further announcement. So the education outside the classroom amendments, which allowed children aged 12 years and over to not require a vaccine pass, only applied to outdoor sporting events. However, it looks like a recent announcement from the government means that will extend potentially to indoor events. We don't know what that looks like in practice. So Sport New Zealand are working through those guidelines at the moment. So once we have, and we're in conversations with Sport Waikato as well, and they're liaising heavily with the likes of the Peak and other indoor facility providers as we're getting lots of questions from parents and sporting groups. Once we understand what those guidelines are, I'll update you at that point.
Okay. All right.
I'll take any questions on those two before we move to the last item if there's anything.
Okay, so you're going to give us an update in March on the Puketi to Papanui progress, yeah?
Yeah, I'll keep updating. There'll be one from the...
Yep. Okay, Councillor Dave.
Yes, thanks, Helen. Nearly the last point you're making about the change to the ham-fisted, I might say, change by government to potentially allow unvaccinated people into council facilities. As someone who runs in indoor facilities, I should say, as someone who runs an indoor sporting event for kids in both council and non-council facilities, this is a very confusing situation. We have parents, for instance, who've heard the government's sort of a stream of consciousness PR announcement that that's going to take place. And we find that the Ministry of Education and the owners of venues, like Te Rapa Sports Drome, one example, the Peak, another, have not been consulted, told, given opportunities to discuss how they'll practically do that. So I'm sort of wondering what council's attitude to this is, given that it doesn't really matter what the government says, it's what the requirements for in its own facilities. its own policy is. And our own policy at the moment won't allow unvaccinated people to come in. And people like me have been running events with quite a lot of extra admin, I might add, but running them, still keeping them going. And then we feel like we're having the ground pulled out from under our feet by an announcement that appears to be official but isn't implementable yet. So I'm sort of seeking a bit more comment on that and how council will handle it, I guess, in its own facilities.
Yeah, I agree, David. I think it's difficult to even give you information to be able to obviously make a decision at this point. So, and you are right, we still would have the option to continue. So the venue owner can still mandate for vaccine passes. So we, even if the government allows for that, it's not something we'd have to follow through with. In order to make that decision, I think we probably need some better information that we don't have, because at the moment it is very confusing. Could I suggest that once we had that information from Sport New Zealand around what that could look like or would look like, that we bring that back for a decision about whether we would open up our facilities in that way?
Yeah, I think you're right about the sort of steps that need to be taken and the order of them. It's caused problems. I've seen it firsthand where parents are actually contacting owners of facilities or operators of indoor sporting events saying, my kid can come along now, can't they, sort of thing. In fact, I personally saw someone try to force their way in on Saturday, not at a council facility, at the Peak, it might add, but I've had the same queries about the Sportsdrome, and the announcement was actually made, or the stream of consciousness press release from the minister was made on Friday morning, just before weekend sport, which was massively unhelpful timing wise. I'm wondering how we can be a little bit proactive, not just wait for Sport New Zealand, actually inquire of them, what are you doing, when are we going to hear, what's the timeline for having this, because I don't want something sprung on us less than 24 hours ahead of an event, and the poor operators or the owners have to deal with that at the last minute.
It is Sport New Zealand that are working through and on the guidelines though, so I'd quite like to wait till they come out with that. What they're telling us to say is the government's announcement was not, did not mean that it was effective immediately, that those guidelines are still to be developed.
Yeah, but Sport New Zealand, Helen, isn't the ruler, they're the advisor. And we're the owners of some sporting facilities, as are other people's. When are they going to have a say in how it's done? That's what I'm getting at. I'm getting at not waiting for Sport New Zealand. Let's have some input into that.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, I mean, we've just got some views from an aquatic facilities perspective as well. So
yeah.
Okay, we'll bring that. We've got a briefing on Friday after the council. Is it possible to maybe?
If you can. I think it's such an ever-changing feast, isn't it? But
I'll look at when we can bring that back, David and Dave and
Friday there's a couple of other meetings on.
I'll work with governance and get it early as possible date.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Probably the best we can ask at this point anyway, but thanks, Dave. Good question. Any other questions, Dave? No? You're right. Good. Mayor Paula, I see your hand. I don't see your face.
No, you might not see my face. I'm still figuring out that bit. But,
can hardly hear your voice there too.
Better sorted IT now, so I'm just getting it. So sorry looking at me as a black screen, but believe me, I am here. Just in terms of following up with Dave's comments, I totally agree that we need to put this on the agenda every week at this point in time. Everything changes so fast. People are very.
I can't hear. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Paula. We've got a blank screen and a muffled voice.
I can
You're either waiting to hear from the mayor.
Have you got us in your pocket?
No.
Are you in the bathroom? There. Okay. Well,
if that's her bathroom, we're in trouble.
Paula, I'll get Helen to carry on and then get you to sort of have a look at your gear and then come back with your question shortly, because Helen, you had a little bit more to.
Yes, and we have got a come and you've got the resolution to put up on the. Thank you. So, the Tourist Infrastructure Fund has opened, and Lisa Topkos is on the call, so she'll be able to answer any questions you might have. That's been embargoed until today, so it's just open today. And we are to work through the detail of the application and the amount that we're actually applying for in detail. But we do require a resolution from council to make that application. Unfortunately, the time frames of the application mean that we need the resolution from this meeting today. So
all right, so
we've just got that here. Lisa, is there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, how specific do you need us to be on the? So A and B will get you, give you clear you to take action on that application.
Correct.
You don't need us
so
to.
What we're looking at is putting in an application for the Hamilton Gardens the infrastructure associated with the Visitor Arrival Centre. It fits with the criteria of the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, and it is the most ready project as it requires the project to be developed a certain extent.
Yep. Yeah.
So it's the most fitting.
Well, I'm happy to move that if
I'll second.
Thank you, Paula. Oh, hello, welcome back. All good. Okay, well, that's up there. Any please hold there, Paula, for a second. Any questions on that particular item?
Excuse me, Chair, is the wording quite correct under B?
Approves staff finalise and submit A. Yeah, you're right. Good point.
Thank you.
Well spotted. Regards program, personal symphony. Yep, that's better, isn't it? Yep, I'm happy with that. So other than that, any other questions? Cool. Okay, well, Paula, we'll go back to your question or comment before. Please.
Thank you. It was just asking, following up from Dave, in terms of what the criteria we might need to consider, because it's really, really, I agree with him, it's super unhelpful to have conflicting messages going around. We've always said that we would only impose restrictions for as long as absolutely necessary. So we need to put this on a weekly agenda so that we're keeping up with where the government's going, because their approach is changing almost daily. Mm-hmm. And I want to disadvantage anybody. It wasn't a happy decision to make, but it was a necessary decision to make at the time. But we've always said we've got to remove it. So I need to understand what other, if you're going to bring back more information, Helen, can we please have the criteria under which we'd make the assessment quite clear? Yeah. Last time it was legal advice and HR advice in terms of the wellbeing of staff and general public. What's it to be now in the new framework? What are the primary considerations? Because I know that we had to close one of the pools because staff were unwell. So there's other considerations in the mix too, isn't there?
There is, yes, in terms of staff resourcing. Mm-hmm.
But I think out of fairness to the community at the time of, uncertainty, we need to land it quite quickly and understand and let the public know what the factors are that we consider, because there's a lot of a lack of understanding out there about why and what we're doing and why we're doing it, and when it might change, and so I just rolled my eyes, Dave, when I heard that too. I was thinking what's going on? We need clarity so we can give our community clarity, and we need to be fair.
So, Helen, is that something you can answer at this point?
No, I've just taken the notes of what to bring back, and to make sure that we're really clear around the criteria which we're considering our decision.
Yeah.
Great, yeah, thank you. Paula, we'll call that quibate. Brilliant.
I asked a question Didn't I?
Of course. It was a very Martin question. It was well done. All right. Okay. All right. So we've got the motion up there. Any other questions of Helen on her GM's report? Okay. Well, I've moved that. Do we have a seconder? If that be received, and the motion. Can you put the motion up again, please, for a staff, just so we know what we're moving and seconding? Thanks, Carmen. So I'm moving that we receive the report and that we approve that staff finalise and submit the HGDF program or HDP, whatever it is, our proposal seeking funding from the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, which they need a resolution for. We've got a seconder on that one. All I can see is a few things. Is that you, Ollie? Excellent. Kia ora. Okay. I won't speak to that. Anyone wish to speak? All righty. Well, in that case, we'll have a show of hands. All those in favour? Those again?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Well done, Helen. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Look, if you can handle caffeine withdrawal for about another 15 minutes, we will aim to get this next one through. And this is I'm just making sure I'm on the right run sheet. The community occupancy application. You'll find this on page 91 of your agenda. So there's a bit of jumping around. Sorry, it's item number 9. I'll just as we introduce it, hi Angela, welcome back. As we introduce it, I just want to mention a lot of comment in the public forum regarding supporting taking over the whole premises of Enderley, but it's a bit more than that as well. It's actually taking over the lease of Enderley, if I'm right, Helen. So I just want to make that clear definition, and obviously it's got that community support. But let's crack into it. So Helen, who's going to be presenting this? As Karen, is it?
Yes, correct.
Great. So welcome, Karen.
Thank you. So Morena, Mayor, councillors and Mangai Māori. So my name's Karen Kwok and I'm the Recreation and Community Facilities Senior Advisor. So the purpose of the report today is seeking approval of 3 leases: Hamilton Rowing Club, Waikato Kindergarten Association at Hillcrest, and Te Papanui Enderley Community Trust at Enderley. So the proposed lease for Te Papanui Enderley Community Trust is for the entire Enderley Community Centre, and it'll see a change in the model of operation for this building. So the first half of the building is currently occupied by Raukura Hauhora o Tainui, and Te Papanui High, the upstairs area, and the downstairs social area, the kitchen and the gym areas are currently bookable spaces through council. So the report also seeks approval of a transitional shared cost model with Te Papanui for the operational costs associated with Enderley Community Centre. The lease will enable Te Papanui to expand their services and programs to the community, and it provides a more accessible and an improved presence on the ground floor of the building. As noted in Helen's GM report, staff are also working with Te Papanui around a future community centre at Enderley. So the lease also proposes a lease to Hamilton Rowing Club, which would include a special condition clause that enables early termination should the club relocate into the proposed Aranui Water Sports Hub development. The report also seeks approval for the long-established Ferrybank Lounge Function Centre to continue from the Hamilton Rowing Club building. So happy to take any questions.
All right, I can't see any there, but I'll just ask. So with the health organisation that's in the Enderley premise now,
yes.
What are their plans to get into a new premise? Well, are we helping them, I take it?
So they started moving to 5 Crossroads last year. They already had plans to relocate some of their services and their staff to 5 Crossroads. And so we've been having conversations with them, or probably for a year or 2 now, around what their plans are in Enderley going forward, and they'd indicated they're moving to 5 Crossroads. Plus, obviously, we've got Te Papanui wanting the entire building, which has sort of expedited their plans to move. And so we've asked them to move by the end of March to enable the lease of the entire building to Te Papanui. So we have said to them that they could negotiate with Te Papanui around potentially hiring part of the Enderley Community Centre. So yeah,
Okay.
that's been the conversations with Rokura.
Okay, and are we involved in that negotiation between Enderley and the health organisation, or we just sort of take our hands off and let them work it out?
We can be. I mean, we've offered to speak with Te Papanui around hireage of the space, but Te Papanui are quite keen to utilise the whole space, and they're obviously constrained at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
We-
Councillor Ryan. Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon?
No, I was going to say we are involved in those discussions with all parties, and we'd continue to facilitate those relationships, Mark.
Yeah, cool. That's my only worry about it, but otherwise very supportive. Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Chair. Karen, yeah, I was glad to hear you mention that flexibility around the rowing club and Awanui. So does that just give them flexibility, no penalties and that sort of thing, and just gives scope if the goalposts move? Or
Yeah, so it protects both parties. It means that Hamilton Rowing Club can exit their lease early, and likewise council can give early termination to the lease. I mean, under a normal lease, that could always happen anyway with agreement, but it has to be by agreement. So having this in as a clause just puts it front and centre that, this is happening, and if this goes ahead, this is what is expected.
great, thank you. And are there any other facilities down there that may be implicated by Awanui that have leases coming up that we would do a similar thing with?
Yes, potentially. So we've got the Harriers Club and the Waikato Sport Fishing Club leases coming up this year. So it would likely to be a similar sort of scenario.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Mango Pora.
Thanks, Chair. Kia ora, Karen. Just a really quick question around the floor plan. What's the parts that's not included in the lease?
Or are you talking about Hamilton Rowing or
Enderley?
The Enderley Park Community Centre floor plan attachment 4.
So the only part that's not included is the external public toilets.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. All good. Any other questions? No,
Sorry. Oh, where's my hand?
Oh, there we go. Did I see someone? Kish, hi.
Hi. Karen, just checking in regards to Te Papanui and that Enderley facility. I remember having conversations about the actual building and the maintenance that will be needed for the building itself. When's the last time we audited it, or are there major works coming up that we'll have to see to in the near future?
So there's always ongoing repairs and maintenance on the building, but are you referring more so to renewals?
Yeah, I remember having conversations with, I think it was the trust, about the roof or the walls or something was leaking. And
so Councillor Kish, I can probably help, and that's part of the project that Helen mentioned in her GM's update. So the building is coming up for renewal, and we are working very closely with the trust to get a fit for purpose centre. And so all of those condition assessments, so the condition assessments, and there'll be a business case, which is what we're currently working on in close partnership with the trust.
So if we're signing, if we're agreeing to a 6-year term, does that mean, like, is that when the newer community hub, the new building, would be expected to be built, or what happens in the next 6 years?
So it's timed, and that's why we're proposing a slightly different model to the normal, because we do have these other things in play. So we tried to recommend an option that gives Te Papanui the space to grow and develop, acknowledging that the building is not completely fit for purpose, but while we transition into a space that is, it gives everybody what they need.
Got you. All right. Thanks, Maria. Thank you, Karen.
Okay. Any other questions? Right. Well, I'll move that the staff recommendation there on page 91 that we grant new community agreements to the Rowing Club, to Papua Nui Community Trust and Waikato Kindergarten Association. Do I have a seconder for that? Okay, I think I'll go with Councillor Ewan. I think you beat you other two this time. Look, I don't. What was it? Oh, sorry. Okay, right. Got a mute issue. All right. Look, I just want to take this opportunity to wish. It's an evolving space, and I think thank you, staff, for putting this together. It's exciting. It is, as we said in the public submissions, it's a big step to Papua Nui Endoli in their evolution, and it's really exciting to watch them grow. You know, there's some good hard discussions that go on with that group, and they're a resilient group now, and that's a major step. So really pleased that they can get on with their kaupapa and they can, you know, take that space. I'm really pleased to hear that we are involved in the negotiations of the exit of the previous tenant there, because I appreciate the enthusiasm for the extra space. I'm assured that it's relatively cost neutral as well, this new arrangement, and this is the way that our community houses achieve success, by us lengthening out the rope and letting them go for it. So that's great. I'm pleased about the Rowing Club as well, and I know that's hopefully there'll be some changes for them in the future as well, in a positive sense as well. So that's all I got to say about that. Councillor Kish.
I just wanted to thank our team, our staff, Maria, Karen, Helen, and everyone who's worked with Te Papua Nui in particular over reaching their aspirations. As we heard from Auntie Annie this morning, it was so heartwarming to hear her speak, and you know, I remember meeting her for the first time and just watching how things have changed and grown in that community, and just the faith that she has in those people, and the trust, you know, they're watching their journey over the last 2 or 3 years. It's been really cool to watch the transformation, and knowing that, you know, those trust members are from that area and give back so much to that community. So I'm glad that we can do our part and just meet them halfway, and then continue that work to refurbish or to recreate a new community hub. There's so much of exciting stuff happening in that community, and it's really cool to watch. So thank you to our council staff for doing what you do. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. There we go. Paul, I'll just remind you to keep on mute. That is great. All right. Any other, well said, Kish, any other comments? Nope. Okay, well, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, say aye. Those, Donnie, yep, you're there, good. Those against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Well done, and look at that, with 4 minutes to spare. We will take a break. We'll come back at, yeah, with your leave, we'll come back at 11:15. 11:15. Thanks, team. Good work so far.
Carmen, can you hear me? Carmen, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Paula, yes.
Oh,
it's very, very quiet and muffled though.
Very quiet and muffled?
Yes, so it does sound, as someone had mentioned, it almost sounds like you're calling from your pocket.
I assure you I'm not, but I've got a nice guy here helping me, so hopefully over the break we can.
That does sound a little bit better.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you've done, but it sounds better.
I'm not doing it. I'm just sitting helplessly here. But I'll try and get the video back. That was really weird. I was talking and I couldn't be seen.
Paula, your video is on. It's just blocked by something.
What? Why is it blocked?
It looks as though almost you may have
in front of it obstructing it.
No.
Can you please call Paula's phone?
Pardon?
Yeah.
I have a tech guy here with me, so he will be able to, and there were some issues, but we had resolved them temporarily, and now we can't be I can't be seen, but I can be heard, right? That's something. You don't have to see me, but at least I can be heard.
I know on some of the new laptops, there's a bit of a slider in front of the camera. It may be that.
That's a bit too simple.
So USB device.
Yeah, no, Grant will sort me in the break, I think. But thank you. Bear with, it's just been a really lumpy start to the day for me.
If we can actually just
All right, Kish, I think we're over to you in a second, aren't we? One, two, have we got quorum here? Kish, you're on mute.
Hello.
Hello. 1, 2, 3. Spora, you're back. Ollie, 6. Oh, we're romping it. Andy, you should have been here before. It was an Andy fest. You would have loved it.
I feel the love. Thank you, team.
Good to hear. Good to hear. All right. Well, look, we'll resume the meeting. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand the chair over to Kish for this item. This is the welcoming plan. It's been her baby, and she's done some tremendous work on it. So, Kish, the floor is yours, and you are chair to the end of the item of this meeting.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Yes, the welcoming plan. So I'm going to ask Andy to open the presentation. Thanks, Andy.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Kia ora, elected members, manga Māori. As you know, I'm Andy, and it's a privilege to be able to present to you the 2022 welcoming plan for Council Endorsement. With me is Jovia Bellanosa. She's our Ethnic Development Advisor. She's the staff member responsible for coordinating the Welcoming Communities program. We were accepted last year into the Welcoming Communities program, Te Waharoa ki ngā hapori. I'd really like to take the opportunity to publicly acknowledge our advisory group that was formed to help the development and has guided us invaluably in the development of this inaugural welcoming plan for the city. There's 77 actions across 30 outcomes set out by Immigration New Zealand. I won't go through all 77 for you, but I do really want to highlight a couple of really good examples. As this is our first plan, it captures many activities that are already underway. The first outcome talks around inclusive leadership. Council's decisions to both move from first past the post to single transferable voting and the inclusion of Māori wards in the upcoming elections are significant in this particular outcome. Many of you would have read today's media article around our city being a great place to welcome potential Ukrainian refugees. And it's a really good example of welcoming communications where not only did it highlight the role of the city of welcoming and receiving refugees, but also highlighted the breadth of amazing community groups who are actively working in our city. Another example of an action is both our libraries and Waikato Museum will continue to increase both the non-English resources and material on offer and continue to work alongside our communities to gather and present our local stories of our diverse community. It's anticipated that we'll present an updated plan to Council late next year after we've applied for accreditation as either an advanced or excelling welcoming communities. Really happy to take any questions that you might have. Kia ora.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. We've got a question from Deputy Mayor Jeff.
Thanks. Thank you, Kish. Yeah, look, I've just got a purely, it's a very minor thing. It's purely from a publishing point of view, I guess, based on my experience of writing, editing and publishing over the years. And it's just in terms of, because this strategy, which I hugely support, this document is about, it's primarily about helping recent migrants, former refugees, international students, people of other ethnicities. Is that correct? Primarily.
It's the focus of the program is really saying that we will be a welcoming and inclusive environment for both newcomers and local residents. So it's a partnership of saying, if you're new to our city, all the effort's not to be on you to be a part of our community, but we will put in place the proactively will put in place the environment that you would feel welcome and you feel able to step into. So it really is that partnership rather than just being an ethnic migrant plan. It really is a plan.
Okay. A lot of the wording I'm seeing in there is aimed at the ethnic groups. So I'm just from a purely publishing point of view, I would question the photo on page 1. Because it shows some Maori kids there, and that's great. But I would have thought there's some gorgeous photos like page 5 of various ethnicities. To me, that would tell a better story as a publisher for the reader. And so to me, it would make more sense to switch those around. That's all it was, just a minor thing.
We can definitely work with the designers. Just I guess the rationale for choosing that front cover was that was our opening of Kurikuri Park. You know, we've as council and community have worked really hard in the Rotatuna area with all of our diverse communities, making sure that our public spaces, the new library that will be developed in the public square, that they incorporate a lot of our different cultures and voices. So, but we can definitely go back to our designers, Jeff, and talk about that.
Cheers, Andy. It's not a biggie. I just think if you have to explain to the reader, you've lost the battle. Whereas if there's a picture that they see it straight away, you know, it's more of an impact. But hey, no big deal. Thanks, Kesh.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. Ollie, kia ora.
Thanks, Chair Kesh. So just an alternative view to the photo on page 1, Andy, would that not the logic for that being, it looks like these beautiful tamariki are lined up there as to get a pōwhiri or a welcome for people. So to my mind, that looks like a really good image for the front page in terms of, you know, starting a welcoming document, a welcoming plan with a photo of people actually welcoming people in.
Thank you, Ollie. And before we slip into debate, are there any other questions?
Oh, sorry, no, that was a question of Andy.
Yes, absolutely, Ollie. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. And I'll be moving this one. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Chair Mark. No other questions? And I just wanted to first acknowledge the advisory group, as Andy has mentioned. This group of people have been really cool to work with. It's been very difficult through COVID and being unable to meet in person, but we have managed to meet virtually pretty much all year. And so I want to thank them for their input and for their feedback into developing this welcoming plan. I think that this plan will, it provides the framework and direction for a really good partnership between council and its community to promote and to implement the program. So thank you, staff, and thank you, advisory group, for your work on this. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. You can hear me. You can see me, right?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that this morning. It's been a bit messy. I just want to say a big congratulations to the team, the staff, and to you, Kesh, for taking a lead on this work. It's an important piece of work. It's consistent with our vision for the city, and I think the plan picks it up really well. I'm going to ask you to swap the photo out because I absolutely hate the photo of me, but that is a very small detail. The rest of it, that's me being just a bit precious. I think the rest of it is a great piece of work. And of course, just to mention that, like with all other plans, now it comes down to how we implement it, what we do to give it effect, because it's really important for the well-being of people in our city to embrace this when we've got 160 plus ethnicities in our city, and you know, not an even playing field across the city in terms of well-being. There are some people who are less advantaged than others who need some more support to really get the best out of our city. But Kesh, well done for your work. well done to Mark for letting you drive this portfolio. I think it's altogether very exciting. Thanks, Andy and team, for your good work.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Mark Donovan.
Thanks, Chair Kesh. And just reiterating Mayor's words as well. I joined the committee purely as a volunteer even before I got elected to council, and it was purely because I wanted to get a sense of how we make people feel welcome in Hamilton. I've always sort of thought that, you know, we might say we're a welcoming community, but we don't have a framework or an action plan to follow to actually put that in play. And so I think that what this really gives us is now that roadmap led extremely well by Andy and his team, and with support of Jovi and the other members of the committee. So I endorse it. I think it's really good, and I feel a real sense of pride as a Hamiltonian being part of it. So thank you for the opportunity to let me be part of it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan, and again, thank you for your contribution on the advisory panel. It's been really good to hear from you. Should I say Chair Bunting or Councillor Bunting?
just don't call me anything like late for lunch. That's fantastic. No, look, I just endorse your work, Kesh. You're a true leader in this field. Well done. I also reckon that we're not blowing enough sunshine in Jovi's way at the moment, because I think she is just tireless in this area. Every item, everything I go to, everything in this field, there's Jovi. Jovi knows everybody. If we're guilty of one thing, it's that we haven't got enough Jovis. So Jovi, keep up your great work. Thank you for the marvellous corridor and the marvellous work you're doing in there. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you, Mark. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Obviously, shout out to you, Madam Deputy Chair, particularly, and the team, and particularly to Jovi. Very excited about this document. This is part, in my humble view, and reflective of the long journey. And in that sense, let me spare a thought and honour Councillor Philip, the late Councillor Philip Young, who prior to Jovi did an amazing job in the community, not just as a councillor, obviously, but his previous role as well. Let me also acknowledge the Settlement Centre and the team there, and the energy, and years and years ago, the incredible work that had been done to welcome and embrace our refugees from Somalia, for example, and other areas, back 20, 30 years. Let me also do a big shout out to a person I think we should honour far more, and that is, of course, former Councillor Daphne Bell, who has done huge work over the time in this area. So, and in no way am I detracting from the people around the table and your good self, because basically, Madam Deputy Chair, you are, if you like, carrying on the mantle in terms of that leadership, and we are blessed by that, as Jovi is, you are, and many others. But I'm really, I think this is a wonderful document, and it's a wonderful document that says friendship, embracing, opening the doors. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Martin. And Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Kesh. Yeah, look, just flowing on from Councillor Martin, I too was just going to throw tribute to Philip. Obviously, I'm acutely aware of the work he did coming in as you do in a by-election for someone. So I think he'd be very proud of the work that you guys have articulated and framed up. The outcomes look really good, in the notes that you got hanging off them looks really good. So this doesn't look like it would be a coffee table book. It looks like it's going to be something that's already in place. It's actionable. You can execute on it. And I look forward to seeing touch points come back through this committee as you build on it and get successes. I also just to staff, I just encourage you to shout out to Mike Bennett on the ED team. Make sure he's linking his stuff in with his web redesign, because there's a cool opportunity for newcomers to plug into the resources that we have as an agency. So yeah, just tautoko everything that's been said, and well done.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I don't think there's anyone else to speak, so I'm just gonna round up by saying it's been a really rewarding exercise putting together this welcoming plan. It's been a long road, so thank you, Jovi and Andy, for your constant guidance and for your work in this area. You will have a very grateful community supporting this plan. It's the first for Hamilton, and I'm so proud of this council and just how far we've come in developing an actionable plan, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the results that come of it. And with that, I will call for the vote. So all those in favour? Anyone against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Awesome. Thank you, Carmen.
Thank you, Kesh. Resume the chair. Thanks, team, putting in a really good work today, and the community is going very, very well. So thank you very much for your work so far. So we'll move on to item 8, the deliberations report on the review of naming of roads, open spaces, and council facilities policies. It's a reasonably chunky one. It's on page 57 of our diligent. All right, now we're lucky to have had Sandra Murray putting in lots and lots of work on this. Blair's authorising it. I think we've got Grant Kettle in the room as well. We do have a motion that has been sent my way already, which is different to the staff recommendation. So we'll put that up soon, but we'll first of all, we'll introduce the item and we'll open it up for questions. So Sandra, Blair, who's going to lead this one off? One at a time, please.
Sandra's going to go.
No, you.
Sorry, I thought Grant was going to do the introduction.
Sorry.
Is he?
Sorry,
there?
guys. Yeah, I'm
sorry,
here.
Grant. Sorry,
Councillor Mark, I will. So, good morning, Mayor, elected members, Manga Māori. My pleasure to introduce the deliberations report in terms of the opening, naming of roads and open spaces report. I'm just going to make a couple of introductory comments, and I'll flick to Sandra, who can introduce the mechanics of the particular policy. Just the point, look, the recommendations today, they follow the direction of the Hearings and Engagement Committee 2 weeks ago. So they are reflected in the recommendations. The recommendations are recommending that we adopt the proposed naming or the proposed changes to the road naming report. And we're also seeking a feasibility assessment or green print or map of significant areas around the city as per the direction from the Hearings and Engagement Committee. And we're also seeking approval for staff to partner with mana whena developers and key stakeholders to investigate a consultative naming process. Again, that was a directive from the Hearings and Engagement Committee. I think the final point I'd make just here is that all of those, or those two recommendations need to be read in concert with recommendations further in this agenda around the Heipu Maniawa Order implementation plan, which will be very important. We've made the link to that piece of work and would need to be considered against the relative priorities in that implementation plan. So we've done that in order to make sure that if this table recommends or agrees those recommendations, that there is a home for that to be housed and that will then be implemented. So I'll leave it there. I will flip to Sandra, who has been obviously the architect and has undertaken this review over the past 2.5 years. So I just wanted to just publicly acknowledge and thank Sandra for all the work that she's done on this. It's been a long time coming, but just wish her, thank you very much for that. So Sandra.
Thank you, Grant. Yes, this has been an interesting piece of work, and as Grant said, we've been working on it for 2.5 years now, noting, of course, that the policy review cycle is 3 yearly. So we've kind of almost done a full circle on this, but it's great to have it before you now for deliberations. So I will take it that the report is read, and if you have any questions, please fire away.
Okay, we've got questions lining up as we speak. So the order I've got them, I've got Dave, Angela and Ryan. So Councillor McPherson, you're up first. Lost your vision there, Dave. Have we still got you?
Yeah,
There we go.
no, hang on a sec. I'm trying to operate this whole thing on a phone because my iPad crapped out 2 days ago. And I'm getting a replacement hopefully later today.
No
look, my question is to you actually. You've announced something different from the staff recommendation is being put up to you, but I also advised you that I supported the staff recommendation, and I believe there are some others on the meeting will as well. So I think that needs to be notified to people.
Yeah, absolutely. Points noted, Dave. I'm just I was calling it in order of the time they came in. This one came in earlier on this morning, and when we talked, you mentioned that you were aware of that one too. Then you mentioned that you're in support of the staff one. So I've taken the other one as the motion, and if you want to recommend the recommendation as an amendment, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, well, I'd seen the other one about a quarter of an hour before I spoke to you during the break, and
Yeah.
I think there are other people that haven't seen it at all. So perhaps they should both be put up because it certainly hasn't been circulated that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, look, if it makes it easier, then we'll, shall we put up the motion that's been suggested now? Would you like to see that? I was going to let questions roll through first.
Well, I just, yeah, because it's going to make a difference as to the questions, Bunty, as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, and in that case, I might get Councillor Donovan to introduce it without debating it, if that makes sense now. So he says clarity around the intent of his motion. So staff, do you have that motion now? And then we'll take questions, substantive questions around the item after that. So Dave, I'm presuming yours is the staff recommendation?
Yes, and I'll, when it comes to it, I'll seek a seconder.
Yep, good as what.
Oh, okay, so do I go now?
I just need to see it if you've got it there, Carmen.
Apologies, if you wouldn't mind, Chair Bunting, if we could potentially have Councillor Donovan explain what the intent of his motion is, just because there may be a chance that we don't need a motion on this, but between him and staff, hopefully we can look at that. So if he wants to explain the intent first, then we can take a look at it, if that's okay.
Yep. Okay, so thank you everyone, and thank you to staff for what you've done. It's certainly, you know, I can see obviously a lot of work has gone into it, but look, the intent is really and simply to create a pause here and put some more thought into where we take this, because I think there's quite a bit at stake that could have quite far-reaching consequences and end up making this look like a decision that could have been avoided if we'd have done a fraction more work. And if we've done 2.5 years work, then it's not going to hurt if we do a little bit more, just so that we get it, you know, incredibly correct as possible. So being on the streets last week and listening to people, last year and whatnot, and listening to the rhetoric around some of the stuff that was being talked about back then, I really believe that this is time for pause. I know that you know, staff do a great job and they've got their work cut out for them, but this is really a time when I reiterate that there's more at stake here than just you know, passing a motion around.
Yeah.
How do I say it? I'm not articulating myself quite well, but
Donnie, it's real hard for you to articulate it when we can't see what the motion is. So Carmen, we really do need to see that motion.
Yeah.
Do you have a written version of it anyway?
I do, however, it was just confirming if the motion was going to be required. So it was, my understanding is that it was keeping the consultation period, but Councillor Donovan, would you like to confirm that it was just removing that piece where it was requesting names to be put forward?
Yeah, so we're requesting that D gets taken out of the staff recommendation, essentially.
Okay, and your C is a little bit different as well.
and C is a slightly different year.
Okay, thanks. That's clear. Thanks, man. Sorry to interrupt you there. All right. So is everyone clear on the distinction between those motions? And we'll leave those up while Dave, you had some questions you wanted to ask. You know, your hand's come down, but I presume you still got some more questions?
No. I just want to make sure that we had a clear view of what both of them were.
Yeah, good point.
I'm just checking. Mine's the staff recommendation as was in my diligence, but I'm not sure that I'm just struggling to check. Yeah, I see what I was going on what the wording was in point 20, which it refers to, but that's all right. I can, when I talk to it, I can talk to that.
Okay, no, that's great. So no more questions. Well, look, hold your questions if you've got any more later on anyway. Councillor Angela, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question on actually the staff the staff report, the staff recommendation. I'm just wondering what the reason is behind the staff recommendation supporting the new policy when 54% of the submitters were opposed. That looks like a little bit of an anomaly to me. Normally, in that situation, staff would leave it to elected members, but you've gone further and recommended. So, can I understand the reasoning behind that?
Yes, it's often when there are public consultations, there are sort of close calls between the public's opinions. In this case, I'm just trying to look at this. It was 43% in favour and 50 something again. What was it? It's 43 and 54%. That's not a significant difference in public opinion. And so what we would normally do is put forward a recommendation, and then elected members would decide if they wish to accept that recommendation or not. In this case, we put the recommendation forward as the proposals are in alignment with our strategic direction. So there were other things other than stakeholder views, and they were also supported by mana whenua, by Thorpe, and by other stakeholders. So in balance of all of the views that we heard and the strategic direction, we felt that this recommendation was the most appropriate to put forward at this time.
Okay, I guess I'd challenge that the process on the 54 and 43. I think I could probably come up with examples where it's been much closer and you've shied away from recommending, but I'll leave that one there. Also, I thought it was also unusual that the report selected, what page was it? Don't know now. Just one submitter who presented on the day, and I just thought that was, I can't find the page now. I thought that was an unusual. Page 63 as well, to focus on one submitter and actually include that in the body of the report. I'm not sure why you gave weight to one submitter. It's under public views.
That was because elected members requested specifically that information presented by that submitter be included in the report, which is the link to the earlier report that the submitter referred to. So that is why we included that section in order to provide information to elected members.
Okay, all right. No, that's all the questions for now anyway. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Angela. Okay, I've got Ryan then to pour. So, Councillor Ryan.
Okay, I'm just going to start with a disclaimer. I'm super confused between the motion, the amendment. I did have a quick question, if I could, of the mover, just for clarity. Is that all right, Chair?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, go ahead. Yep.
So the B change recommends that the council keeps changes B, page 58. Is that for the longer consultation period, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, and also for the, you said there was a slight change with C. Is that just it gives feedback to elected members? Was that the only differential?
From my understanding of it is that we put chocks under the wheel, as Chris Allen would say, with, this is, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, is that we'd put chocks under the wheel with the consultation period, moving that out to 12. Then we'd do some more work on the green print, come back with a feasibility study on that, and reassess how we engage further. I think, is that the guts of what you're saying, Mark and Jeff?
Yep.
Yeah. So let's bring it back for more discussion, that part of it. So take a step, but like not wipe it all out, but put that bit in which solves an urgent problem and come back and see if there's a better way of doing it, which includes the I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if it's clear. And the other difference between the motions is that our one doesn't have the need to come up with 3 names and one of them to be a Māori name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Bunty, I mean, you're asking one side about differences, and thanks, Jeff, for putting that up, because to me, that's probably the key difference, actually.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so that may help my other question of staff on page 58 of our report in C. So after council receives the application form with up to 3 names on it, so the developer's got to provide 3 names, and then does council make the decision? That's the way I read it. The planning guidance manager then chooses the name.
At the moment, on the application form, the applicant may place up to 2 names, so they can put 1 or they can put 2. There's no obligation at the moment for them to include any names suggested through the mana whenua consultation that currently occurs. We're suggesting that the application form is changed so that they can put up to 3 names, so 1, 2 or 3 names on the form, and that one of those names, or at least one of those names, must be one that has been suggested via the mana whenua consultation.
Okay, Sandra, and just on that, does the motion and the amendment both support that or not?
The amendment does not support that.
Okay, and final question on that. So does council then choose a name out of those 3?
Grant is the person who goes through it. A report is written for the proposed names that assesses the extent to which the names meet the criteria that is in the policy. And then on the basis of that report and the extent to which they meet the criteria, Grant chooses from the names that are provided. If a name is quite unsuitable, Grant can discuss that with the applicant, but he may not recommend additional names. It's a discussion that is held with the applicant.
Okay, so just for clarity on that last point, is this a divergence from where we've gone in the past where a developer will name it? Now, effectively, they've got to provide 2 to 3 names depending on the motion or amendment, and they release it like a baby down the river, and Grant gets the judgmental decision to call it. Is that, am I correct?
The names will be assessed based on the criteria in the policy, and a decision will be made based on which name.
Sorry, Sandra, you give me the long answer. The answer is yes, Grant makes the decision. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe I can speak to that point, Councillor Ryan. Yes, ultimately, acting under delegated authority, I make the decision in terms of the ultimate decision around the road name. Sandra's correct in the sense that in making that decision, you are assessing it against the policy, but from an applicant's perspective, they're generally putting up a number of names that correspond with a number of roads within that particular subdivision. So, for example, if a particular subdivision or stage of subdivision has 3 public vested roads, then they will put up 3 names for those particular roads. So what I would say in this case at this particular point under the existing policy is there isn't normally alternatives suggested. So it's a case of these are the names that the applicant is advancing and seeking approval for, and my decision is either to accept those or not. So I don't generally have the ability to consider any alternatives because the applicant isn't obligated to put up any alternatives.
I think the question that Ryan was asking was what's different? And like now you get 2 names and you choose, based on the policy. Under the staff recommendation, you get 3 names, one of them recommended by mana whenua. You'd look at the policy and you'd choose.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So the issue we have.
Thanks, Chair. That helps. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So the issue we have is, or I think that what we're trying to get down to is, will this policy, or what chance is there for non-te reo names to get through under the new policy? I think that sort of puts it out there without trying to be offensive to anybody.
Maybe I could speak to that point, Chair.
Yeah,
in terms of my view, in terms of decision making on this, is that as part of any application process, a name or names must also meet criteria in the existing policy, which is not proposed to change. For example, an application still must reflect or explain and provide evidence of the cultural and or the historical significance of a location. It must also talk to the identity of Hamilton or a local identity. So there is criteria already in the policy that aren't specific to mana whenua or Māori history. There is still the ability to put in advance names that don't necessarily reflect Māori history or Māori culture, and that wouldn't be fatal, in my view, to a decision that for a road name. All we're suggesting here is that we're aligning with a previously agreed council strategy and the Hipo Manawa Order strategy, and aligning that into the policy. So I don't think that it's fatal from my perspective in terms of making that decision.
Thank you, Grant. Mangai Tapora. Sorry, Ryan, have you finished? Yep, he's gone.
Thanks, Mark. Can I just get some clarity, please, around this is what we're seeing on the screen, the motion. I've just watched it being formed and changed over the last 5 or so minutes. And if it is, can I then ask again for clarity on the intent from the mover of this motion?
Donnie?
It's been forming and the 2 parts just haven't come together in my mind.
Can I help here? Because it's incorrect as it's currently there. It is basically the status quo at the moment, except for allowing the 12-week period for the developers to liaise with iwi over a name. So it's the status quo plus the green print idea.
Work on the green print.
Are we able to have the motion reflect that, though? Because that, for me anyway, that's not actually coming through.
I agree. I don't know who's been writing the read in there, but it looks a little bit provocative.
Would you mind just confirming that then we're not recommending this to council? It's staying as status quo?
No, that's correct. But B is correct until you get to the red. Right. So it's saying yes to the 12-week period, right? But it's saying no to the three names being put forward, one of them by mana whenua.
Bunty, should we have a break while?
Yeah, I think that's probably a
good
idea. Now, I'm not sure how to do this on Zoom, but
good idea.
If everyone would like to have a coffee break part 2, we'll take 5 minutes. We'll come back at midday, and let's have the movers and the amend. And Dave, have you got a second for your amendment?
I'll find one.
I'll second the amendment.
All right. Well, let's have a quick.
I can assure you that we aren't going to change the wording. We're going with the wording as everyone can read it.
Well, in that case, all right. We'll just have a little breakout with the movers and staff. Okay. Now, how do we do that?
Carmen can do that.
Yeah, Carmen.
Yes, absolutely. I might give. I can do a breakout room with Councillor Donovan and Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Can I come along to that too as chair, please?
Yeah, you should do. Yeah.
Conflict.
No, I just want to know what's going on. Okay. 12:02. But quorum, we're ready to resume. All right. So staff and Jeff and Mark, or Mark and Jeff, have tidied up that motion a little bit to make it a little bit clearer the position on it. So could you please show us that motion now, Carmen? There we go. All right. Oh, Dave's entered the waiting room. I'll just let him in. Cool. There we go. All right. So that clarifies that up. Tapora, does that make that clearer, that motion?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, sorry about the clumsiness of breakout rooms and stuff, but I think we got somewhere roughly close. Okay, let's carry on with questions regards the staff report. Tapora, had you finished your questions, or were there more?
I'll reform my questions now that I'm clear on the motion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do you want to come back now, or do you want to wait for Sarah, or what would you like to do?
I'll swing back around.
Okay, cool. Okay. Councillor Sarah, are you ready to go with your questions?
Oh, thank you, Chair Mark. My question, firstly, one of my questions has been answered. It was just around clarification of the motion. I guess my question to staff is the impact of the motion in terms of removing any reference to He Pau Manawa Ora and what that would mean in practicality.
I believe that the amendment that has been proposed would include the references to He Pau Manawa Ora within the policy. It is just change C, which right. Which would be not accepted in the proposed policy.
Hang on, are we talking about the amendment or the
sorry,
motion there?
That's right. Good question. You're talking about the motion.
So the motion. The motion is then recommending we adopt everything other than change C. Is that
Mark and Jeff's one, and the amendment is the staff recommendation. It wasn't clear from Sandra's answer. Sorry.
She called it the amendment. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Look, to me, this is exceptionally important that we land it right, not rushed. I'm not saying it has been rushed, but it seems like there's a few threads that haven't quite come together. Not helped, of course, that we are in Zoom land most of the time at the moment and haven't really been able to sit around and get all of these threads together, although there have been workshops, I agree with that, but things have been moving. My question is, do we have to decide this today, or is there space to have another conversation around both this alongside He Pau Manawa Ora, which is also coming up in another couple of weeks, to get this approach right? Is that possible? Because I know you talked to me last night about potentially deferring it, or this morning, sorry, Councillor Chair Bunting, about getting it right and having a good conversation. Because I do want to land this, I do want to get this right. It's really important that we get it right.
So your question to staff is, what is the significance, or what would the significance be of deferring this by how long are you talking about?
Oh, I'm just talking to your next meeting, one meeting. Yeah, so come to the next committee meeting, a community meeting, and potentially we'd have a chance to, because it's getting changed on the fly here, and you know how that goes. It can get quite messy, although I do understand the resolution a bit clearer now, so that's helpful.
Yeah. Staff?
I'm unsure what the question is, or what changes or actions you'd like us to take between now and the next meeting.
I'm just suggesting at a governance level, sorry, Sandra, that we could defer the decision today and take it offline for a minute. Well, not, because rather than trying to iron out wrinkles in this forum, was there a reason it had to be decided today, or would a month be material could we leave it till the next meeting and have another really good look at it as a group, and also at the same time bring Hei Po Manawa in order into that discussion, because of course that's coming up for approval. I don't know quite when. Can you remember when, Mark? But it's coming up
today.
Okay. Yeah. So those things together. Anyway, it was just a thought. I mean, I don't know how people feel comfortable about continuing with the conversation or taking the conversation back half a step.
Okay, so you're heading towards a procedural motion here, which is cool.
Well, I'm not at this point. I'm asking: is there any impact? Is there any negative consequence of taking a little more time on this? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, good question. Sandra, yes or no? Grant?
The only consequent or implication of that is the fact that we would be assessing road names under the existing policy. I might understand Sandra may have a different view, but there would be no implications of delay for a period of a month.
Okay.
Bunty, I think we're getting away from the staff report. It's almost speeches being made now.
We are, but there's sorry, Dave, you're jumping in a wee bit there, but we are well, there's been a bit of chatter about procedural motions and stuff, so that didn't.
Yeah, well, that's why it's important that both views get some airing, because at the moment we're dicking around about the wording of the motion, but not the amendment, which is the staff recommendation. And I think, staffs are speaking to a third thing, which is the procedural motion now. No one's had a chance to speak to the actual staff of the elected members to the actual staff recommendation, which is the amendment.
A point of order, though, you don't speak to a procedural motion, but one hasn't been put either, Dave. It's just
but you're speaking in advance of putting it, Paula. You're canvassing it.
I'm not.
All right, tell you what I'll do, guys, is we'll take some more questions. You make a point, Dave. I'll take some more questions around the the guts of the report. And if anyone wants to put up a procedural motion at any point, it's their right. After which, correct me if I'm wrong, governance, after which there's no discussion and we just take a vote straight away. I think that's...
Okay, Mark, I'll put a procedural motion that we move to the vote. That's a procedural motion. Where, in other words, cut off any questions or debate. We move straight to the vote. So that's the only chance I've got to have any say equal on an equal terms.
Do we have a seconder for that procedural motion?
Is there such a thing?
Okay,
Yeah, there is.
Yep. Okay. So Ollie, have you seconded that? All right. In that case, I'm bound by the procedural motion to go straight to the vote without any discussion. Nice move, Dave. All right. So those. Okay. So the motion is Jeff's and Mark and Jeff's motion.
No, Chair, you've got to have a vote.
The amendment first.
I beg your pardon.
No, the procedure, sorry, Chair, I beg your pardon, but the procedural motion is to move to the vote, so you've got to do that
Good
first.
point. So, right, okay, so we'll vote on moving to the vote first. Now, with a procedural motion, is it just a straight 50-50? Is that right? Or is it 75%? It's 50-50, isn't it? Okay. Okay, forgive me for the clumsiness. First time being in this situation. Okay, so those in favour of moving straight to the vote, show of hands, please. 1, 2. Can you count that for us, Carmen, please?
Can we please ask that everybody use the buttons?
Green or red?
By the hands, and just you keep moving around your screens, so it makes it hard to understand who's voting for and against.
Ollie, we need your just a cross or a tick, bud.
Oh, I'll put my...
I'll presume that's a tick, yeah. Ewan?
Buddy, mine's done. It's at the top right-hand corner. It's an X, red.
Red X, okay, thank you.
Can you not see that
lost,
over
voting
Putin's illegal war?
5, 4, 10 against.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Yeah, I'll raise a procedural motion that we defer the decision to the next community committee.
Okay, again, we'll do that by crosses and ticks.
Apologies, could we have a seconder, please?
Rob seconded that.
Thank you. Procedural motion is carried, 10 for, 5 against.
Okay. I'll just let the committee know that this is not the end matter. What I'll do is I'll get as much discussion as we possibly can going, and open and honest, open-handed discussion in the next week or two. So I appreciate your efforts in advance and getting involved. Great. Thank you, staff. Okay, that moves us on to where are we? Item 10. This is on page 108. This is the license to occupy Kiwi Balloons. Let me see. Nick, I believe you're due to speak on this.
I'll move when you're ready, Chair.
Chair Mark, unfortunately, Nicholas and Claire are both unavailable at short notice, so I am your fill-in to present this report. So good afternoon, councillors, Mayor and Chair Mark. Obviously, the purpose of this report is to seek approval for the Community Committee to grant a new licence to occupy for the Kiwi Balloon Company. I'll take the report as read and open for questions.
Okay, all right.
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Rob's already moved, but if you're happy
I'll second.
Yeah, no problem.
Happy to second to my great leader.
Okay. Let me see. Do we have any questions on this item? Mark, Councillor Donovan. Just on mute there, mate.
Yeah, no, my mouse is playing up. It's been getting clicked ferociously today. Hey, just a question, Marie. Innis Common is a great place. In full disclosure, I play cricket there, and the other morning I was out walking, saw the balloons. But is there any plans around levelling the grounds at Innis Common, because there's some quite nasty dips and almost trench-like type thing. I don't know what you can't. They look like meteors have hit them in the ground. Does this give us then the ability to level out some of that ground? Because I mean, it's a beautiful area where people go for picnics and stuff as well. So I'm not sure if that's on point, Chair, but just something that I was thinking about when I read the report the other day.
So the report itself doesn't give us license to do that, Councillor Donovan, but from a maintenance perspective, we can look to see what can be done, just noting that it is on peat and subject to movement.
Yeah. I've seen it over the years, but the worst thing is that someone trips over and falls and hurts himself, or a balloon lands in the wrong place or something like that. But yeah, no, that's my question. Thank you.
Good. A little bit wide, but no worries. Okay, any other questions on that there item? All right, it's Councillor Dave.
Yeah, just a question through you to Councillor Mark too. I'm just wondering how many runs you get if you manage to hit the balloon playing cricket underneath it then. Thank you.
We'll take that as rhetorical, because I don't think he could. All right, okay. All right, Rob, you've moved it, Councillor Rob. Would you like to speak to it? No. Okay, so that is moved by Councillor Rob and seconded by Councillor Ewan. No more debate on that. Great, we wish them all the best. Show of hands, those in favour. Anyone against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you kindly. Crikey, we're rocking along. Okay, moving on to the aquatic strategy. Now, we haven't got Caitlin today. We've got someone else, I think Liz, wonderful Liz, presenting on her behalf. So now, the idea of the aquatic strategy is, well, we adopted it on the 25th of November. And they've been asked to come back with this action plan. So it's over to you, Liz.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Councillor Mark. So kia ora koutou elected members and mangai. My name is Liz Cann and I am the Hamilton City Council Aquatics Director. I am here today with Rebecca Whitehead, who is the Acting Unit Director for Community Services, and Kate is actually here today in support for me as the Strategy and Policy Advisor for the Community Group. So just to recap, the Hamilton City Council Aquatic Strategy was adopted by the Community Committee on the 25th of November last year. The purpose of this report is to update the elected members on the indicators and action plan that have been developed to detail the implementation and how we're going to monitor progress. The indicators and actions link to our 4 outcome areas of community, competition and training, play, and water safety. Actions were developed by using feedback from stakeholders, elected members and mangai during the development of the strategy. The aquatic strategy does have a focus on water safety, which includes provisions of programs to teach skills and knowledge for safe swimming in a range of natural environments, including the Waikato River. Council staff have created a water safety project group, and we will take a partnership approach with stakeholders such as Swimming Waikato, Sport Waikato, and Water Safety New Zealand in coming months. We would like to come back to elected members in November to report on the progress of the strategy, and we're more than happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the meeting, Liz. Can I roar off with an initial question? There's one in there regarding water safety in the Waikato River in particular. I wonder if we couldn't make this a little bit stronger, whether it's through a staff note or in addition to the recommendation. At the moment, we're seeing obviously some horrible fatalities in the river. We're seeing people enjoying the river, jumping in off jetties and etc. I would like to see some more work done on cleaning up those spots that they're swimming in to make them safer, and what that would involve. Now, Councillor Sarah in the past has talked about rings and lifeguards in there. I think Councillor Maxine's been very hot on that as well. The other day, we were walking past the lovely new Puketi jetty, and there's a bunch of young lads all leaping off, having a great old time. And between them and me was a big sign saying it's advised that you don't swim here. So obviously that's not working. And I'm just wondering if we can work with our community somehow, and what they would cost to get some safety measures, some better safety measures, whether it is clearing up the river in those spots, whether it is better signage, whether it is life rings. And I'm wondering if you could bring some more information back to us on that and what it would cost, because we've got an annual plan coming up. And I'm not suggesting it's going to cost a lot of money, but I just think we should direct this a little bit harder.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're taking a variety of approaches to this, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And you've touched on a number of points, which would be the aquatics team working very closely with our stakeholders, but also Maria's team within Parks and Rec, and we can certainly come back with what our recommendations would be.
Okay, so could you do that, because you're talking about coming back in November, could you do that sooner?
Yes, certainly we can do that.
I probably need to add a C there, that staff return, something along this line. Sorry, Carmen, to put you on the spot, but that staff return to the April community meeting with a report containing the scope of improving water safety in popular swimming spots in the Waikato River and Kirikiriroa. With that, I can send that to you if you like, Carmen. Maxine, is that along the lines of what you were thinking as well?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Mark, for raising that. It's absolutely topical, especially after the season that we've had, and that Water Safety New Zealand are advocating for, similar kinds of education, etc., not just, a sign that goes with it. So having an understanding about the fullness of what council is able to do to support community use, because we won't be able to stop and shouldn't. And there's a long-standing use of various parts of the river, actually, and you can tell that by parked cars up and down various streets that otherwise are quite quiet.
Yeah. So look, I'm sorry to design this on the hoof, but I've just sent that to you, Carmen, Maxine, and Helen to pop up there as a potential C. I'm not saying we spend any more money on it immediately, but I'd like to know how much it would cost to do some sort of substantive work on those areas. Thank you. Councillor Rob.
Thanks. And my question probably is to you, Mark, rather than to Liz.
Sure.
Are you looking, and I haven't seen the motion, but are you looking to have this report and potential associated costs added to and included in this year's annual plan discussion?
Well, I want to know what it would cost before I made that decision. If it's going to be a big one, like a massive hundreds of thousands of dollars one, I wouldn't bother. But I'm just wondering if it's something they can do potentially, first of all, within budget. So I want to know whether it's worth bringing it to the annual plan. I guess that's what I'm trying to find out.
Don't you think that doing this sort of thing on the hoop has some real problems in the sense of how many places along the Waikato River would we put lifeguards and safety rings and so forth, given the number of swimming places where either council have endorsed them as beaches or they are used as swimming areas.
Helen, can I get your guidance on that?
Yeah, I think what we're looking at the moment, Councillor Rob, what we'd bring back is taking into account all of those things, that we do have to be careful about how we promote swimming in the river. But so we would take the angle that we know that people are going to swim in the river, whether we're promoting it or not. How do we ensure that, and what's our responsibility, and how are we ensuring that that we are helping it to be at least safer than it is. So what's at the moment, we've got signs up that say do not enter in the river, but people enter anyway. So how do we make sure that we're giving some safer measure information or actual information that tells people what to watch out for in the river? Those are the kinds of things that we want to look at. Coming back in April, we won't have all the answers in April. But what we will have is identified some key partners that we're looking at, some potential funding for water safety programs, but also some potential ideas that we would like to investigate. So that's what we'll be bringing back in to the April committee.
Okay, and can I suggest you include ACC in on that potential external funder, because currently they're doing quite a lot of television advertising on promoting safety around the kind of swimming that, the kind of accidents that occur from some of the swimming that happens.
Totally agree.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good point,
Thanks,
Rob.
Chair.
Thank you. Let me see. I'm just trying to get the order right. Raise hands. All right. The order I've got next, I've got Kish, Max, Tapora, and that order. So, Councillor Kish.
Thank you. This might flow into the previous questioning. Hi, Liz. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just having a look at the action plan and the points around access to our facilities for different users. I note that some people might be using the river because it's free access to water, especially on a hot day. So in that report, is there work being done around access, equitable access in terms of low socioeconomic group access to our swimming facilities?
Yes, because with our partner pools, we definitely make sure that we've got a good network of pools across across our city, and which of course reduces the cost in terms of no transportation costs if you can just walk down to your local pool. So we've had really good coverage this summer, and wanting to support that going forward.
Okay, and
I just add that you also heard Matthew this morning talk about some funding, the Te Manawa funding, which has a focus on low socioeconomic communities and access to water safety programs.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And the other one I wanted to touch on in terms of access, I know I've talked to a few people who quite, I'm not sure if it still happens, but there used to be women-only sessions at the pools in terms of, women from different cultures, especially the Muslim community, who find it quite good to be able to go in, without a headscarf and things. Does that still happen, or will that still be looked at?
Yeah, we've actually developed that one further, Councillor Kesh, where we're now offering on the last Sunday of every month our Wahine and Water program. And that is now open to every woman and girl across in our city who can, it's not a private booking, anybody can come along, and the hydrotherapy pool, of course, being an enclosed space. So we've really progressed that one along. There is also still a private booking that happens at Gallagher Aquatic Centre, which I think is what you're referring to. So we've got the two currently running.
Brilliant.
You're
Thank
good,
you.
Liz.
Awesome.
You're good. Excellent. Is it okay? Cool. Councillor Max.
Thank you. My question's been partly answered, but I just support Councillor Rob in us exploring opportunities for funding partners. I know that at our long-term plan, golly, how long ago was that now, that Water Safety New Zealand presented there and talked about funding that was available to cities in order to support safe swimming. So I know that there is funding available, and of course there'll be others who will be interested in supporting our communities to have access to that. So thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. Te Pora.
Thanks, Chair. A while back, we heard from the River Explorer and concern around the bombers jumping off and splashing customers and whatnot. And so within this, I was wondering about the consultation process that was taken and any plans to in the future actually use our community champions or our manu champions to really get the message across around safety and point those up and down the awa. And this is a safe place to do your manus or to swim because of and here are things that you need to look out for. So a bit of a safety and access thing in there. What sort of stuff have we done to that extent?
Yeah, we have connected with the Bombers group. Definitely they will be well consulted through this whole process with our working group. They're definitely included in that. But we're also trying to really encourage them to use our facilities as well. And we are in the process of organising an event with them so that they can do a bombing competition. And I see Christchurch City Council is doing some amazing things in this space as well, that we would like to get some learnings from them, that we can encourage them not just to use the river, but also to come and safely use our facilities too.
Nice, because that would have, I'm assuming, take your advice on it, that would have like some really wide inclusion there with young kids, and yeah, that's the idea of pulling everybody in together. I understand Māngai Norm is putting his hand up to be the first one off the platform.
Should we put that in the motion? Excellent. Great. Thanks, Te Pora. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Thank you for the strategy. Staff, could you just remind me, children under 5 still swim for free in our facilities?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
So for an average family of mum and dad and 3 kids under 5, what's the cost, roughly?
I believe you can get a pass for $25 to access for the day.
Right. So what's an adult cost?
$7.50.
Now, the children under 5 is not capped. So in theory, if you were mum and dad and your kids were under 5, it would be a total of $15, would it not?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
When you look around New Zealand, is that quite an affordable pricing initiative?
Yeah, benchmarking, we're very mid-range.
Are we one of the few councils that permit under 5s to swim for free?
We're not one of the only, a lot do, and some have extended it to be under the age of 16 for free.
Right. Okay, thank you. They are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Manga Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Just more point of clarification, the terminology of bombs is now manus. It's popping a fat manu just for the report. I got a couple of champions in my household. That's
all right. We will put that in. Oh, crikey. Okay, fantastic. Great. Any other questions? Carmen, could you please, in that case, put the motion up with the C at the end of it? There we go. So, yeah, happy with that. Oh, good. I'm glad you put the funding partners in there. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Mangai Tapora, seconding it. Thank you. Look, I'll just open it up briefly and say, look, I think this is Liz, you're doing a great job, and you and your team are doing a wonderful job, especially in such trying circumstances. We're very proud of our water facilities and got great plans for them in the future. I'm so delighted to see the awa being brought into this, and it's working with the bombers or the manuus, whatever Ollie would call them, and the people who are swimming in there, rather than just trying to fence them out or do our little bit and put a sign up, I think is a far more proactive strategy. And I really want to just say that this, what we're doing, bringing this back and saying, let's engage with people who are swimming in the river already, ties in with our play strategy. Personally, I think it ties in with the intent of He Manawa Ora as well, in the spirit of unity and of using the awa a whole lot more. So there's a lot to be done. I don't want to see us spend a whole lot of money on it immediately, although I am hungrily eyeing up that money we put aside a few years, or I think it's next year, for infrastructure around the river as well. There's money in there, and there's gold in them hills when Water Safety New Zealand, ACC, and all these people are saying the same thing. If we can tie that together, this could be a reasonably exciting proposition. So excited. Mangai Tapora.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I really just want to acknowledge, go and take a step back and acknowledge Deputy Mayor Taylor around picking up quite some years ago the river plan, because a lot of the things that are coming out now as a result of reviving that plan and starting to work through things there. There's so many opportunities now for our people to use the river and our aquatic facilities. I picked up my son from rowing. Both my boys rowed the other day. And so as they were hauling in their okti, we had a wakaama waka go past. We had a couple of pops down. We had some manuus, I think that may be what we call them, manuus doing their manus, and then we had dog swimming. This was down at Days Park, and so just all these different facets of our community coming together to share in our awa is just beautiful to see. But thank you, staff, for the aquatics strategy. It's really good to see that come through.
Great stuff. Now, is that your smoke alarm beeping, Tapora, or is that mine?
Not mine.
Oh, crikey. Well, if I suddenly disappear, Keisha, you're in charge. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair Mark. I'm very supportive of the strategy. I do wonder whether or not we need staff to consider doing some costing about enabling under 16s to swim at our council facilities for free. I promoted, and I'm very pleased that Council unanimously supported a motion that I introduced a number of years ago that kids under 5 would swim for free. And the reasoning at the time was we were the largest in-river inland city, that's what I'm trying to say, and there was justification. And I think maybe now it's time that we actually look broader, not taking away from the fact that I think it's wonderful people are using our river, but I think we all agree around this table that, and the data shows that at times our river can also be very dangerous and has cost a lot of unnecessary lives and steps that we may choose to take. And I know Councillor Maxine has in the past advocated, and I think I supported her for some more infrastructure in Wellington Beach, etc. All of those things are worthwhile. They come at a huge expense. And I wonder if we shouldn't also remember to go out back to the community and say, hey, is it more cost effective and safer to encourage our younger Hamiltonians to go to our facilities that are well protected by qualified lifesavers? So I'm just going to signal that's something I would like to bring up again. But I think what we've got in front of us is a good start. But I think we should give some serious consideration to under 16s being able to swim at our facilities to help them have an option. And maybe that includes a day or two where they can, do their bombs or whatever the latest name is in our deep diving pool, and encourage them to use our facilities. That's all.
Loving that. Thanks, Councillor Ewan. Deputy Mayor Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. A couple of things. First of all, I just thank Tupura for her kind comments. But I'd also point out that really all I did was jump in and pick up the work that Councillor O'Leary and Gallagher and Mayor Hardacre and others had done. And it's been a really cool team effort from this council in the last. And in regards, I support the thrust of including the river in this. And I hear what Councillor Wilson is saying about the safety angle. I suppose I'm torn because no matter what we do, people are going to use it, and so I feel it's sort of incumbent on us to make the areas they're most likely to use as safe as possible, and from that point on we can do no more. So I guess it'll be a judgment decision for us in terms of cost. Yeah, nothing particularly profound. Good strategy, well done.
Thank you, Jeff. Deputy Kesh.
Thanks. I just wanted to quickly thank the team on the progress you're making with the aquatic strategy. The action plan looks great, and I'm looking forward to the progress reports. And I just wanted to say well done to Liz on making a seamless transition from the peak to council. And it's been really cool to see the progress and the changes that you've made. Thank you.
Great work, Kesh. Thank you for the words. Really good. Mayor Paula, hello.
Thank you. Yes, also I want to add my thanks to you through your committee, Jeff and Mark and Kesh and staff on the aquatic facility plan. Hi, Liz. A long time since I've seen you, but great work. It's really important. We have made progress, but we've got a lot more progress to make, because I think if you cast your mind back to last term, of politics, we didn't even have an Olympic, competition-sized swimming pool at Te Rapa, and we had pumps that were 30 years old and so on. So we've really improved that facility. So I'm really keen to see that we maximise the use of that great facility. They hold some pretty amazing swim events, notwithstanding COVID's kind of changed the world a weeny bit for a while. In terms of the river, I absolutely accept what people say. People are going to swim there no matter what. People have always swam where there is water. And I would like to see us progress in educating people at the sites where they are swimming. Some of the signage needs improvement, in my view. You go down there, I'll tell you, it's a little bit dangerous on a really sort of not bold and big sign. So we need to have some better signage and better education where people are going to pop into the water so that they think twice about keeping themselves safe as well. But I think overall the plan is absolutely excellent. I look forward to progressing our work in Wellington Street Beach, because while we make it safer for people not only to swim, but even to walk down to the swimming, because it's pretty perilous going down that bank, as we all agree, we can add to their education around swimming in natural watercourses, because that's a different kind of education required than learning to swim in a pool up and down lengths. It's a completely different type of education. So thanks very much for the great work, and acknowledge also through the advisory, Central City Advisory, the work that Jeff's done to put a little bit of a boost under the river plan and embracing our love for the river. So it's all trending the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Maxine.
Thank you. Look, I'm a huge supporter of having a strong strategy for our aquatics, and along with many other Hamiltonians, use just about every part of our city to get in the water. The climate change that we're experiencing, the summer that we've just had, really proves the desire of Hamiltonians to be able to seek out somewhere cool and somewhere to have some fun on these hot summer afternoons and weekends. And by supplying the formal stuff that we have at the pools and our partner pools, it really helps to meet the need of that. But there are other parts of our community who want to be able to use the less formal parts of our city. And look, we're not going to stop them from doing that, but what we want to be able to do is identify the places where it's really safe to use. We want to take away the conflicts that there might be. I think there is some real legitimate concern that Darren Mills raises with his operation up the river, and I think that avoiding those kinds of conflicts and overcoming them will really help us all to be able to use the river in the best way that we can. By using and looking for partners to help us fund what we might want to do around that is really critical way to ensure that those messages can get across. Perhaps we also need to be able to identify some of the safest places to swim. Wellington Street Beach is a great opportunity for, as a beach suggests, a really slow way into a river and to be able to do that really safely. And there are many other spots around the city and along our where that safe swimming can occur. Now, in terms of the Manu groups, we absolutely have to be able to provide opportunities for them to do that too in a safe way, and that there are formalised groups out there that I thank the council for working with to be able to meet their needs as well. So I look forward to April when there will be the additional report coming back in and the exploration of the funding that might be needed to go around it. But I can assure you that our summers will start and stay long and hot if we've got this climate change happening around us. So that's going to, only more work will be needed around it. Thanks.
Thank you, Maxine. That's great stuff. Good. Councillor, who have I got next? Councillor Martin and then Councillor Sarah. So Councillor Martin, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. I want to do a big, huge shout out to Councillor Van Newston. Very good observation and her advocacy for Wellington Street Beach. Equally, I'm going to do a shout out to Ewan Wilson for his amazing work just to, open up our pools to the under 5. That's collective. In terms of the river plan, and Jeff kindly talked about the role of Mayor Hardacre and others, myself and Angela and co. I just make an obvious statement of historical fact. Hamilton Kirikuroa is, of course, hundreds of years old, as we know. And, of course, for hundreds of years, people have swum in the river. We are an inland river city. That is reality. People will be swimming in the river. Obviously, what we need to do is to look at safe spots and encourage focus on some of those safer areas. And obviously, really looking forward to the work that we're going to be doing on Wellington Street Beach. Thank you again to Maxine for her advocacy there. Also, I want to also acknowledge, just as the Waikato District Council is concerned with Raglan, and we enjoy Raglan, all right? We swim there. They do everything they can, along with funding from us for the Surf Life Saving Club about safety. So I think we've really got to sort of have another push, if you like, to ensure that all of our residents can swim safely and encourage that safer river swimming in terms of the safer parts. The other thing too, I think it's important in terms of a strategy, a swim strategy, and Ewan touched on this, is how do we encourage all families, working families, people on lower incomes, to be able to use our swimming pool network, all right? So that's affordability. So certainly in terms of the LTP, I'm hoping we're going to have a renewed look at all of that, as how are all these facilities affordable for all people to use. Big shout out to staff. Thank you for the excellent report. And certainly, as I said before, with regard to the river, looking forward to ongoing work there.
Sorry, team, just having a bit of issues with my Zoom. Councillor Sarah, I see your hand up. You're next.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, just want to echo the thanks for the work done on this. I'm excited to see the work, particularly excited to see the work being done on accessibility and removing barriers and things to access. And I think that does also speak to what Councillor Ewan is talking about in terms of any barriers around cost, but also people being able to cross the road, take a affordable bus trip to the pools, all those kinds of things. In terms of the river, I really strongly believe that we have a responsibility in terms of the safety of the people swimming in our river. I agree, people will swim in the river. There's nothing that really compares to an outdoor space with fresh air amongst nature. And while our pools are wonderful, you can't quite replace that. So I think that the work that we're planning to do around infrastructure on our river can't come soon enough, and could provide, as other speakers have said, much safer opportunities for swimming there. I do recognise that we've got concerns around health and safety and the worry of encouraging people to swim there, but since they swim there already, I do think it's time for us to respond to that in a really well thought out way. So I do want to first just thank Helen and her team for the work that they've already been doing on this over the summer to kickstart that work. But I imagine it will take some more investment from council to really take it seriously going forward. That's all. I will add also, I absolutely agree, climate change is going to make things hotter. We're going to have stinking hot summers, and equitable access to somewhere to cool down is going to be a big priority in our climate strategy. And it's incredibly important for the well-being of the city. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Angela.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. I wasn't going to talk, but just really interesting listening to all the different points of view through debate. Just kudos to staff on this particular strategy. It's one of our stronger ones, I think. And given we're a country surrounded by water, and schools, less and less schools have pools. I'm not even sure if many schools still take their kids to the pools to swim. I think we're more than doing our bit. Just a couple of comments. I support the idea of some sort of safety measures that Councillor Sarah was talking about in a previous discussion. I used to be all for the Wellington Street beach and engineering that in a particular way, but given I walk the river every week and I walk through that area, over time I've been persuaded to not go that full-on commercial sort of application to that area. And I think I remember Mayor Paulus being against that when she first came onto council as well, with her knowledge of the area. And I thought, oh no, Paula, no, we want the full-on kit there. But actually we don't. We want to enhance that area and not force people to use something when they've actually been using it for decades one way. Just make a few tweaks and make it safer. So I appreciate everyone's views and the fact that I've watched how it's developed that area over the years, and think, yeah, there's a few things we can be doing, but I've definitely moved right away from the full-on approach that we were going to do. But great strategy and application. Well done, staff. Thank you, Chair.
Good on you. Thank you, Councillor Angela. Great words from everybody. Look, I'll just wrap it up.
Oh, just a point of clarification, Chair.
Sure.
I think Angela was talking about a much wider, more ambitious and more invasive approach to Wellington Street Beach than what was funded in the long-term plan, which is a very pared back approach from a $4 million budget back to just one, where it will deal with the access to the sand and the water rather than.
Thanks, Max. I get your point. I think Councillor Angela was pretty clear on her definition between the current and the past. Will that be fair, Angela? Response? Yeah.
Yeah, this is a weird part of it.
Really.
Yeah, I knew what I meant.
Thanks, Maxine. You made your point. That's cool.
Okay. I think you were referring to the more engineered in-river aspects, not the stabilisation of the bank bits.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Righto. Look, I'm just going to thank you everybody for your contributions. We're heading towards lunch. Calvin, I see you in the waiting room, but I think we are probably going to go after lunch with the civil defence update. Sorry about that, because I'm quite keen. I want to keep the troops watered and fed. I just want to wrap this up by saying, look, I am a little bit excited about this. Liz, suddenly you are now a protector of the river as well as everything else, so good on you. I mean, I am, when Depora was talking about her kids rowing and wakaama and people swimming and dog swimming, etc., and I've just been trying to find the old photo. You're actually listening to the first ever man to go down the Waikato River in a bouncy castle. So I do have experience with the variety of stuff that can happen. I will bring photographic evidence to that this afternoon. Look, the vision, as I've often said to Helen and the crew, is with our aquatic strategy, it's not just to provide adequate facilities for an inland city, it's actually to be the best in the country. I mean, what is wrong with us saying we have the best high performance facilities, because we've got only one of a handful of Olympic sized pools now? What's wrong with us? That's the whole idea of the pool cover in the Lido, and getting the river in this as well. This actually could set us up as being the best prepared aquatic city in the country. And wouldn't that be great to be the inland city that is the best place to swim? I think that's fantastic. So really excited about that goal getting closer. We will have the best facilities. We'll have the most accessible facilities, as Councillor Sarah was talking about. We will have the safest facilities. Most of all, we'll have the most fun facilities. So really happy to speak in support of this. So thank you for that. We'll go to the vote that we received the report, and with that amendment, bringing that report back in, with that addition, bringing that report back in April. So those in favour? Anyone against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Good stuff. Okay, look, we'll take a break now. It's 5:02. We'll resume at 1:40. And the event we'll come back to will be the Civil Defence Emergency Management quarterly update. So that'll bring you back. Great. We'll see you at 1:40. Thanks, team. Great work so far. Hi, guys.
We're all fed and watered.
All fed and watered? Great. We're doing some good work today. Hey, Donnie. Which one is it? Which one of those behind you is you?
One. Batting.
Oh, good form.
Yeah, yep. One of my mates said that I didn't have a high enough left elbow, which is probably what led to my demise in that innings. But hey, that's just cricket speak. So,
Mate, my high left elbow has actually resulted in my rather large guts.
I did score. I managed. I got 66 2 weeks ago, and then I got 38 on Sunday playing against the Movember 11. Which was
wow!
Yeah, still got
it. Great match that South African series, wasn't it?
Yeah. Second test was a complete reversal.
Yeah.
I don't have the luxury of Spark Sports, so I didn't watch any of it. Only caught the highlights on TV news.
Magic talk, mate. You should be listening.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. I love to count. We got Kelvin here. See Kelvin's name there. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, so Tapora, it looks like we will be doing Hey Po before we do the street naming.
There we go.
There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we've lost Angela again. We had Angela. What do we need for a quorum? Thanks, Angela. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 8, don't we?
We do need 8, yes.
I was just drinking out of my fun cup. See?
Oh, nice.
It's not very professional, but it's my fun cup.
Yeah.
Fun cup, eh?
Fun inside, Angela.
Hey?
Is there something fun inside?
No, just ginger beer.
Icy juice.
Very Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Does anyone make homemade ginger beer anymore?
No, I've never tried.
Oh, it used to be all the rage, and it used to have a bug or something, didn't it? Or
Yeah, my
And
son.
explode.
Yeah, my son had a crack at it a couple of years ago, and it was delicious.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Did you ever make ginger beer back in the day?
Back in the day.
Oh, yeah, no, it was all the rage, in the 70s, 80s. It was.
Yeah, we didn't have glass in my day, so we made them and put them in these clay pots.
In cauldrons and.
But it was real ginger beer, Mark. You know, we used what they called a plant.
Yeah, that's the one. Was it a bug or a plant or something, wasn't it?
Plant, yeah. It was the real stuff, yeah.
It was great.
But it was in clay pots, okay? And,
yeah, of course. Didn't spill any on your loincloth, did you? Okay, look. We've got a quorum, so let's crack into it. I think Calvin should be here. Hi, Jeff. We're moving on. Thanks. We'll reopen the meeting and we'll move on to the Civil Defence Emergency Management quarterly update. Calvin, the floor is yours, mate. And I think we've got Mark Bang as well. Is that right? Or
yeah.
Paul.
Good afternoon, Chair Mark. I'm going to defer to Paul Blumen, the alternate Civil Defence Controller. He's going to present the report today, and I'm just an observer.
Okay, great stuff. Hi, Paul. Just need to unmute yourself there, bud.
Your mic's off, Paul.
Oh, I get to unmute myself. It's,
you do.
Most people don't give me that privilege. Chair Mark, councillors, Mangai. The purpose of this report is to inform the Community Committee of progress on the shared service agreement with Waikato Regional Council for delivering civil defence emergency management on behalf of Hamilton City Council. This is for the period October to December 2021. I have with me Mark Bang. He's the team leader partnership for from the Waikato Civil Defence Group. And I'm not sure if it's my place, but can I suggest the report be taken as read?
You can, yep. All right, are there, Mark, are you wanting to speak to it, or we have Mango Tapora with a question, so we'll start with that. Tapora?
Thanks, Mark. Kia ora, Mark. We've got 3 Marks online now. And ngā mihi, Paul, it looks very busy behind you with everything that's going on in the city. Look, I know in the report it says that for the trifecta that we don't know the impacts on local government and the timelines yet, but can you offer any insights into where we might be moving to in that space, based on perhaps the submissions that went through or just your own intel?
Tanaka Tapora, I'll pass that over to Mark because he's more intimately involved in the detail around that.
Kia ora. In answer to your question, Mangai Tapora, no. We do know, however, that Minister Allen wants to have a bill introduced in this parliamentary term and in this calendar year. So they are working quite quickly. As to when they'll have that done and available for submission, we're still in the dark with that.
And perhaps I might supplement that up to Mark 1. What's the feeling from the Joint Committee around some of these changes going on?
It's hard to judge, to be honest. They, like I might have alluded to in a joking manner, I find those meetings quite hard to understand, to be fair. And so they're going back and inquiring a heck of a lot. They seem relatively supportive. I'm sorry, I can't give you a better answer, actually. Relatively supportive. Would that be fair, Paul?
I think that probably sums it up quite well.
Yeah.
There are some who put forward some suggestions as to direction of the changes, but they're very, very high level and very vague at the moment.
Yeah.
And there has been some feedback on that, but I take from Mark Bang's comment that possibly we will become much better informed when we see the first draft of the legislation that will allow us to get a very clear handle on what direction it wishes to take, and for council then to submit on that.
Sorry, we can't give you a more concrete answer on that one, Tapora.
No, that's cool. And look forward to the next quarter report when that comes in.
Feel free to come along to those meetings if you like, as well. Highly recommend them.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Chair Mark. I'm happy to say that the overall, the Joint Committee's feedback to NEMA's request for kind of technical information or technical support for some ideas was generally in support of, and you know, the things that they were proposing. If we just look at the outcomes they're looking for, you know, communities understanding risk, iwi and Māori participation is recognised, enabled and valued, emergency management system well coordinated, and the impacts of emergencies on people are reduced. You know, you couldn't argue with any of that. And in addition to that, they've got 6 guiding principles that align with those goals. So, and then when we get down to the detail, there were some options presented, but in terms of that was more about, you know, how the system might deploy and move towards some of those goals. But the basic philosophies were really, you know, the Joint Committee certainly agreed with them. Just some water to go under the bridge in terms of how that happens.
Yeah, and if I can give a bit of candid feedback, there was at that point they were sort of tossing around how best to communicate with iwi, etc. And then Tipa Mahuta piped up and said, "Look, I'll do it." And so there's some internal aid coming through there as well, rather than just, there's some common sense being spoken in there, if you like.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, good questions, Tapora. Any other questions? And if not, I will move quite happily that the committee receives the report. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Manga Tapora. Okay, I won't be debating it. Anyone wish to comment on it? Nope. Okay, all those in favour? Against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate your time today. And I like your backdrop there, Paul. It's the best natural backdrop of the whole room. Very cool. Okay. Moving on to the Magical Bridge playground proposal. Now, Maria leading that. You leading that one, Maria?
Yes, that's me. So you ready for me to go?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
So good afternoon, Chair Mark, Mayor Paula, if she's still on the call, and elected members. I do have Gina Halewood in the waiting room. If there are specific questions of the Magical Bridge Trust, I just do need to point out that Gina is attending this meeting in her capacity as a trustee for the Magical Bridge Trust, not in other capacities that you sometimes see here at council meetings. So the purpose of this report is to update members on progress towards a partnership with Magical Bridge Trust New Zealand for a fully accessible playground in Hamilton. As discussed in the November committee, there was some interest from elected members in alternative sites to Claudelands, but after furthering discussions with the Trust and also the Waikato Show Trust, we are recommending that Claudelands is the ideal site for a number of reasons, including its size and location. We did have some positive conversations with the Waikato Show Trust, as Peter mentioned this morning, and they have since provided agreement for the proposed footprint, subject to them being continued part of the design process. Magical Bridge have secured some seed funding, but in fairness to them, it will be difficult for them to attract funders without a concept. They have revisited their staging plan, which does enable a fit with the planned renewal of Claudelands Park. I just would like to note that elected members, should they want further assurance, there may be an opportunity to add to the staff recommendation that that council approve the concept plans later on this financial year before we proceed. So I'll leave it there and open up for questions.
Thanks, Maria. And I will contextualise this, take a look back and indicate that, yeah, I'm interested in what you just said. But just for context, remember the Claudelands playground was due to be renewed a year ago because Magical Bridge came along and said, hey, that would be great for us. We said, yeah, okay, we can switch the renewal program and we put it back a year and did Taharoa Park in Rotatuna instead. So we're running pretty close to deadline time for renewing Claudelands Park. The money that we're putting up or suggested to be put, and now when's the deadline to get that renewed should this not go ahead, Maria?
So should the decision today be not to nominate or agree to that site, council staff would get on with the normal process in terms of consultation with our key stakeholders and community around the renewal, and be looking to purchase equipment and get on with physical construction in the new calendar year. That is a very similar timeframe to what's being proposed by Magical Bridge Trust. So it does fit, Chair Mark.
So when do we need to make a decision by? What's the very last point we can make a decision by?
So the timeline that's been submitted, if the concept designs and cost estimates are provided by June 22, council could make a decision at that meeting. And that would enable enough time for staff to get on with the renewal if that's the preferred direction.
Okay, thank you. Right, so I was just trying to contextualise that. I'll have more questions later, but Councillor Angela, you're up. I see a question from you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So just, we have, sorry, I'll start at the beginning. Claudelands was one of our first destination playgrounds. It wasn't it? Yeah. And what was the original cost of that? Because they were generally around $1 million, eh?
Generally, yes.
Yeah. So I'm just a bit confused as to why we've got, so the renewal of 1.4 is just for Claudelands. It's not from any other playgrounds.
No, so there is a renewal budget of around $1 million, and then we have some capital improvement money, recognising that that is a really busy destination site. So there's opportunity to add value to that playground. And then there is some parks renewals money in there, which would cover the paths to and from the playground.
And so that's all been captured in the 1.4?
Yes.
So sorry, Maria, the actual renewal line for the playground itself, excluding parks, is how, and the paths and things, is how much?
It was $1 million.
It was so a playground that cost us $1 million to start off with has a renewal line of $1 million. Is the whole thing ready to fall over?
Yes.
It is.
Essentially, our destination playgrounds, Angela, I'm sure you'll appreciate how busy they are. They are really, really well used. And so by the time they're up for renewal, most of that equipment is absolutely at its end of life.
Total replacement.
Yep.
Okay. But that then still falls under a renewal line, it's not coming from capital then.
No, so it's a like for like replacement that's budgeted for.
Okay. And just so I'm just a little, I've read the report a couple of times. I just need complete clarity in my mind. So we will go ahead with the renewal regardless of whether the group can raise the rest of the money, which is how much? 3 million?
Yeah, about 2.6.
It's about 2.6, eh?
Yep.
So, and if we do that, sorry, what I guess my question is the renewal that we will do going to be sufficient, whether the group can raise the money or not? Or are we doing, if this motion goes ahead, are we doing a renewal in anticipation of that? And if so, if we do that and they don't raise the money, what do we end up with? Is that clear?
Yes, that is clear, Councillor Angela. So, and that's what I mentioned in my introduction. So staff are confident that we will get a good level of play value and for the $1.4 million if council agrees to make it a fully accessible playground. But appreciate that elected members might want a little bit more assurance than that, which is why I'm suggesting that perhaps we add a note to the resolution that says council will approve the concept plans in June, and then you'll be able to see what you'll get for the money, if that makes sense.
So our renewal budget will work towards the start of that accessible playground.
Yes, that's what's being proposed, and it will be delivered via our current contract to deliver playgrounds. So we have high assurance that the contractor has a good proven track record and will deliver the goods.
And if they don't, and if the group can't raise the 3 million, because I understand that that's not been easy in the time that they've had, the couple of years already, that nothing's really been raised, we're not then left either picking up the ticket for the next 3 million or a playground that just isn't fit for purpose because it's only half finished, so to speak.
Yeah, so that's absolutely not the intention. And Gina from Brodie Halewood has been tasked with design that would be able to be added to at the point in time when they could raise the money, but doesn't look like a half-done playground.
If they can't raise the money.
Yes,
yeah.
So stage 1 would see a completed open playground, children playing, fully accessible elements. Stage 2 would add further accessible play to that, plus a possible more car parking and possible changing places style facilities.
Because, yeah, okay.
Mm.
All right, cool. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Angela. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. My questions follow on from my good friend, Councillor Angela. And I just want to zero in on some of the salient points for me. Just remind me, out of the 2.6 million that is supposed to be coming from a mixture of fundraising and community grants, what exactly have they got currently?
So as I mentioned in the opening address, it's difficult for them to attract funding without a concept. They have got $30,000 seed funding, and they have got some agreements for in-kind, which means we wouldn't have to pay professional fees on engineers and the like. So probably only around 50,000, Councillor Ewan.
Okay, thank you. And if we chose to go ahead and allocate our 1.4 million, we're not releasing the money to them, right? We're keeping the money and we're going to manage the first phase of the project ourselves?
Yes, so Brodie Howard would be utilised through the Magical Bridge Trust to deliver the design, and the actual delivery will be managed through our existing contract using the council funding.
So just for clarity, we're not giving the Magical Bridge Trust the 1.4 million.
No.
What the Magical Bridge Trust is giving us is a plan which they've raised funds for, and we can spend our one certainty. They didn't raise the 2.6 million. We have a fit for purpose replacement of our current facility.
Yes, Councillor Ewan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Councillor Sarah.
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, I just wanted to flag, if no one else has yet, I'd be keen to move with that addition of the concept design coming back.
Yeah, I was wondering if we might be able to see that. I saw it for about 2.5 seconds there. I thought that looks encouraging. I wonder if you'd be able to see that. If it includes funding. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll look at seconding that one. Yep. Go on, Sarah. Any questions there?
No, actually, that was it.
Okay. Can I ask a couple of questions? And I need you to kind of talk me off the ledge a little bit here. I'm concerned, and this is a question, I'm concerned that we've got a packed destination playground, one of our most popular playgrounds, and we're looking at building a magical bridge playground, which I thoroughly support, which is fully accessible for disabled and able-bodied kiddies. How do we do this without reducing our play capacity and making it too hard for disabled kiddies to get on anyway? Because I mean, the demand for this place is already huge. Whereas if we build a specialist one next to it somewhere else, whatever, then they would have a fair go. Do you see what I'm saying? How do we do this without reducing capacity? I mean, it's a pretty big call to say for a third of the money we can build a full-size playground.
So, Councillor Mark, there's a plan in attachment 1, page 7, which indicates the increase in footprint size. So, so the accessible elements are not just about play elements, they're about providing facilities where people can actually come and picnic and be safe, and that there would be a fence around that. Again, through the concept design, you would have much more assurance that what you've just said is actually achievable.
Okay. And I'm just looking at on page 180 of Diligent, the projections. I mean, we've got a lot of applications out there. I presume they've already applied for the money, or are they waiting for a go ahead from us? This is like Lion Foundation lotteries, Sports New Zealand.
So it really is a little bit of chicken and egg, and Gina can probably chip in a little bit, but they have had a lot of initial conversations, but until they have a site and a concept, it's very difficult for them to engage meaningfully with funders.
Okay. And I need you to help me with this. My worry is I'm not sure if it's responsible governance to go in with a third to a quarter of the funding and wait for the rest of the funding to come through. You see where we're at with that. So I'm just trying to see how we can get closer to that point so everyone can succeed.
Yeah. Hi, Councillor Mark. I can confirm that the Magical Bridge, we haven't made any formal applications for funding yet. We feel, like Maria said, we wanted to have a confirmed agreement with Hamilton City Council and a confirmed location so that one, we can start to have develop a concept design so we can approach potential funders with a full story of an intention of what we wanted to develop. So like Maria said, we have got the $30,000 seed funding from Trust Waikato and about $20,000 of in-kind support for professional fees at this point. So that's where we're at the moment.
So that would get you to the sort of scoping plan we're looking at potentially for June.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I might come back. Councillor Maxine.
Thanks, Chair. I guess, Maria, for you, is this an unusual kind of a request for a memorandum of understanding, or are there other examples in different fora that we've agreed to the use of our land for projects without the full scope of their funding? And in that, I'm thinking about the Sky Tower proposal that was put to council on the piece of land behind the Arts Post, and see a little bit of synergy. Would that be a wrong thing for me to see it in that way?
I guess the difference, as I understand, like Councillor Maxine, is that this would be a completely free, so the end result would be completely free to the community to use. And I understand there's some commercial elements for the Sky Tower. It's not unusual for us to work with community groups, and I guess Helen mentioned Te Papanui and others, and partnering with them for co-design. Yeah, so it's just a slightly different way of doing something and would be a first for this country.
I think part of what we're dealing with here, Councillor Maxine, is a little bit chicken and egg, as Gina said. Without having a confirmed location and concept plan, no funder will really commit to funding. But with that addition to the recommendation, it does give you some assurances, or it gives you the opportunity to actually approve whether the project will go ahead or not. So there is another chance for it to come back to for a decision.
And that the memorandum of understanding is critical to the project being moved forward, and for Magical Bridge to be able to look for the kind of funding that they're needing.
Yes.
And that they couldn't simply have a template which they could move to any part of the city.
So I'm not understanding.
I mean a concept that didn't have the council's backing behind it, or a piece of land that it could anchor to. Without those kinds of elements, moving forward is impossible.
So, Councillor Maxine, it's very difficult to design. We'll put together a meaningful concept design without having the site, because if you make the most of the topography and the existing natural site features, then you might do things differently in the design. So it is ideal for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Maxine. Manga, Ollie? Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Apologies for our late arrival. Just going back, just a couple of questions for staff. Can you just put the amended recommendation up, please? And Helen, just want to confirm, if I heard clearly, the point you said is that there are sufficient opportunities for council, if this doesn't track on the way it's planned, to then be able to withdraw from the agreement without an obligation, if that makes sense?
Yes, so that B, where we would require to see the council to see the concept design, and if it doesn't seem to offer the acceptable play offer, that would be a decision point for council, and then we would proceed with the planned renewal.
Okay, I understood that. And so there'd still be an obligation to find an alternative site with that wording under B.
Yes, so we've assumed, Mangai Oli, that council was supportive of the development of an accessible playground in the city, and that support would continue if Claudelands Park doesn't work out. Okay, no, thanks Maria, that clarifies that point. And just further to the question that Council Chair Mark asked previously, with the development, and I'm just mindful of Claudelands' fantastic a play space now, what would the development there, would it detract from, or I guess wouldn't impact adversely on its current form of the use that it's getting at the moment? So the impact, Mangai Oli, is obviously we would have to close the playground during the renewal or the rebuild, which we do in any case. We manage that through good comms and creating a bit of excitement about what's coming. And most of the time our stakeholders have been on the journey, so they're quite accepting of that. And I would suggest that this case would be the same. Okay, yeah, the clumsy way of me asking, if the proposal goes ahead, the new playground would be better than the existing one. Yeah, I mean, the old playground's over 10 years old, so there's much different and varied equipment available, and again, that extra element that it is welcoming in a place where everybody, whether you're 90 years old or one, or no matter what walk of life or what disability you may have. Cool, thanks, Bria. Thank you. Thanks, Ollie. You want to notice you dropped out there, so look, I'm going to take advantage of while we've got you, while your internet's letting us do it. So I'll let you go next, mate. Yeah, look, thank you for that. And sorry, there seems to be an internet problem. Look, my question was just in relation to, I think the resolution has now popped off my screen. Just if I just want clarity, thank you, that signing a partnership agreement with Magical Bridge Trust doesn't commit us to undertaking a fully accessible playground if their funds don't follow through. I'm just wanting clarity, that because I don't want to enter into an agreement before they've been able to provide the 2.6 million. So what's recommended would enter council into an MOU ahead of the funds being raised. And as I say, the staging is proposed that we deliver the stage one concept with the existing funds, and that it's clear what will be added to at the future point in time. And that extra wording is trying to achieve a little bit of assurance for council that delivery has a level of comfort for them. Mr. Chair, if I could, can I just ask a follow-on question from that? I'm a little concerned. Surely in the MOU there would be could you tell me in the MOU, would there be a clause that says if in fact the funding doesn't come through within, say, a 6 or a 12-month period, that council is released of any of its obligations to follow through? Because I don't want us to delay renewals. I don't want us to start investing our 1.4 million on the basis that we're not going to get like for like. And I certainly don't want to commit in an MOU if
there's not an obligation on the trust's behalf that they've got to provide the funds in a reasonable time frame. And if they don't, I want to make sure we can release ourselves.
So yes, that would be possible to be added if council wished. Councillor Yuan.
So maybe staff could help me. How would I put that? How would we add that extra into the motion that clearly instructs staff that in the MOU that there is a clear time frame for which the trust has to perform, or it's clear that it releases us of our obligations to provide a fully accessible. I need your guidance, Mr. Chair. I didn't want to micromanage it, but
no, absolutely. And look, as the seconder, I'm happy, but I guess it's up to the mover as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Sarah, are you happy to tutu around with this, or see it as an amendment?
I'm just not 100% clear on the what's being proposed in terms of understanding timeframes, because so just a bit more clarification around that would be useful, because I'm certainly open to suggestions, but I'm just trying to understand how it works in terms of getting the renewal underway quite soon, and not delaying that.
So if it helps, are you asking that of me, Councillor?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, I think I can give you a meaningful response. Overall, this is a $4 million project that just sounds astonishing for a playground. But putting that aside, like you, I want the renewal work done quickly. I want it at least like for like. And I'm assuming staff are telling me that we can have a like for the 1.4 million. I'm also being asked to enter into an MOU with a party that so far has been able to provide maybe $30,000 for a plan, but is obligated to provide 2.6 million. And I'm being asked to enter into a meaningful MOU that commits a series of steps and an outcome of a fully accessible playground. I'm just wanting to make sure that we have an exit, that if we put our 1.4 in, we've started to get like for like, and the trust is unable to provide the funding, that we can then, that we will at least have a facility that is like for like, and that we're released from our obligation to continue a partnership with a party that hasn't provided the 2.6 million and change the perception in the community that we're not building a $4 million facility.
Does that make sense to you, Sarah?
Okay, I mean, that sounds like what I was kind of, I guess, what I thought the arrangement would be anyway. So, Maria, if you can just provide some clarification, and if there's extra word and we can put in there just to make that really clear, that would be fine, because it would allow us to continue with the renewal with something which is of equal play value. Hopefully, we'll confirm that when it comes back. But you're saying we're not wedded to deliver the rest of it if the money doesn't come through, which is, I think, what I understood to be the case anyway, but that's fine. Yeah.
But it doesn't say that, Councillor Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm happy with that clarification.
Okay, so staff, if you could, I know it's tricky, but if you could work on some wording around that is more explicit, that would be fantastic. You've got the support of the mover and the seconder in that one. Thanks, you. And Councillor Angela?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. 100% support where Councillor Wilson was going there. I was going there as well. Sorry, the motion, does that say instruct that the MOU comes back to this committee?
Yes, it is interesting. It comes back to council. Can you give me the clarification around that? This is end of June. Is that to do with timing, is it?
That's to do with timing, Chair Mark. So the last council meeting is 30th of June, and then there is no community committee. I think the next community committee is April, and then there's nothing till August. So it's with the annual plan and everything else in the mix, the timings are a little bit.
Okay, so we do get to see the MOU and sign that off if we're happy with it. And
Sorry, Councillor Angela. So currently that's not what it says, but that is an option. So that I think might satisfy what Councillor Ewan was
sorry, I
getting
just asked whether the MOU came back, and I thought the answer was yes.
No.
So council in whatever form doesn't at the moment get to see the MOU. Okay, so I'm wanting council or committee whatever to see the MOU.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And so that needs to be in there. And sorry, Carmen, can you just put it back up again? I don't have clarity on what B is trying to achieve.
So B is trying to show you some visuals so that you would see exactly what you will get for your $1.4 million before we agree to do it.
Okay.
Well, stage one, sorry, should I just, yeah.
Yeah. So, and whether or not that our renewals money would fit into if the trust was able to raise the rest. So we will understand that when we get this back.
So the concept plan will give you the whole concept for the site being Claudelands. It will separate out stage one, which is what would be provided for the $1.4 million. And then it would detail what was left and what the value of that balance is.
Yeah, okay. And could the, along with Councillor Wilson's request for the MOU, could we also, I suppose we discuss it as an option then, but I would certainly like for council to be clear that there would be no further funding from the city if the trust can't get there. I just managing expectations, but
yeah.
Given the points raised, Councillor Mark, may I suggest that we could just recommend A and B, and the concept design, detailed staging, funding plans, and MOU be reported back.
Yeah, I think that would be a bit cleaner. I think everyone's after a little bit more confidence around the play capacity and the funding. Yeah, so I think that would probably tidy it up quite a bit. If you, what do you reckon, Sarah?
So just, sorry, more information to hand. So the Magical Bridge Trust is telling me they need the MOU before they can do the concept. So they need agreement in some form that council has agreed to work with them.
Maria, when is the next council meeting? Is there a way that elected members could get some visibility over the MOU draft beforehand?
Yes.
Maria, we could bring that to the April meeting.
Yes, if you could.
Yeah.
That'd be helpful.
We'll bring it to the April. So if we bring the MOU to the draft MOU to the April Community Committee.
Yep.
And the concept plan for the 30th of June.
Okay, and does that work, Maria, in terms of timeframes for the trust and giving them enough time to get the concepts to us in June?
Gina's on the call and might be able to comment. It would mean we do a bit of background work. Gina?
Yeah, I mean, it pushes our timeframes out a month. Obviously, the proposed timeframes that we've provided to Maria and the team were based on having an approval to develop the MOU today from today's meeting. So if the MOU is not going to be agreed to until April, it does just push out our timeframes slightly, but noting that there's tight timeframes around when we can actually come back in front of council. I'm sure we will do everything in our that we can to make sure that we can come back to the June meeting with a concept design for you.
Okay, so that's it's possible.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, we really want to do this project in Hamilton. There's lots of excitement around it from the community and, like I said, the playground industry itself. So yeah, although our ideal timeframe was that we could have an agreement to start to be developed from today and know that it was going to be approved that Claudelands was our site that we could work towards. We're really excited about the opportunity to do this project, so we will make it work, basically. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Georgina. Chair Mark, could I suggest, and Councillor Ewan and Angela, could I suggest a working group, just like Maxine just sent through, of a number of councillors who are particularly interested in having an eye over this to expedite things.
Yep, happy with that. Look, I've got if you don't mind, I need to ask a question here, and that is, like, this discussion would have been a lot easier 6 months ago. Now, we've been talking with you for 2 years. Why is this only happening now? Because we're right up to deadline, and I'm seeing a lot of sort of Claudelands or nothing speak. Why is this only happening now?
Is that directed at me?
Anyone will answer. Yeah, I'll start. Yeah, Gina, could I ask you that?
I guess we've been working with council for the last year or so, as you're aware, and it's just we've been going through the process of site analysis and looking at where it's the best situation for this has, and I guess we would have liked this decision to have been made 6 months ago as well, but there's obviously a process to follow when you're working with local government, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate the work that Maria and the team have been doing around this, on the project as well. I guess where we're at, we thought at the end of last year that we were coming back to this meeting to get a decision that on the site, because that's what you'd tasked us and the council staff with doing over the 3 months since we had our November meeting. And yeah, so I guess we were kind of under the impression that if all the stars aligned in terms of meeting the restraints that had been put around Claudelands Park, if we could solve those over that time, that we would be coming today to get an agreement that we were happy to work with the council in developing the concept for Claudelands Park. Okay.
So should this fall over, and look, we've given you a very clear indication that we're very keen on it happening. Okay. So please don't take this as anything but supportive, but should this fall over, I'm just trying to be a responsible governor here. Can you still proceed with us looking for another site? Or is it Claudelands or nothing?
No, it's definitely not Claudelands or nothing. Claudelands is definitely the preferred site, and that's clearly shown with all the site analysis and things completed by council staff as well. Like I said, we're really excited about the project happening in Hamilton. So, of course, if for some reason it was decided that it couldn't proceed at Claudelands, then we would definitely want to work with council staff around another location. But I guess that just does, push out a whole lot of timeframes, because where is there another site that's suitable, and when might that site be available to build on? So I guess it just sort of takes us back to square one again.
I do have another question for you, and this is probably I can just see you rolling your eyes in anticipation of this one, Maria. But say the MOU, or say it falls over, we renew the Claudelands as per we're going to without Magical Bridge. You could still raise 2 million. Could you put it next to it?
So the design that Gina's going to produce will have what we can do for stage 1, what stage 2 and 3 could look like if funds became available, and that may be next year. It may be 3 years away. So it does kind of pave the way for a future development if funds aren't readily available.
I guess that's not what I'm asking. I'm trying to. All I'm thinking about is play capacity. So say it gets shaky. Say we renew Claudelands as it was going to be renewed. What's to stop Magical Bridge carrying on with their fundraising without our money, but putting it next to the existing playground?
The concept, as I understand it, was that the whole site, so that there was one site that was fully accessible, right. Not a site next to one. So
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's technically possible, but doesn't fit my understanding of what was proposed in the concept.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, Councillor Mark, is that that's the overall intent with the design. So in my head around the design process, yes, we want to design it in stages so that it could be completed if we haven't met our funding targets, that we can still deliver the renewal aspect of Claudelands Park. But it's always better when you're looking at a design to look at the whole space as one to start with, so that it is integrated, so that, like you say, if we only can deliver the $1.4 million early next financial year, that when the other part, stage 2, it still feels like one space. It's still accessible from the car park, and yeah, so that's definitely our design intent, is not to provide something that's going to feel like a half-cooked playground. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. No, just kicking around. Thank you. Sorry, Sarah, did I jump in the middle of your questioning there? Or is your then old hand?
No, that's fine. I just was going to seek clarification from Maria in terms of the wording. It may be changed now, but it talked about delivery in this current financial year. Did that mean next financial year in terms of the delivery of the renewal?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Paula, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, not a problem. I've been listening and a little bit confused at times. So the main issue, I think, isn't it, that not the site, because I started to hear the site being questioned, but the ability for them to deliver their funding at the right time to integrate with our renewals and maintenance. Is that the main issue here?
The issue, as I understand it, seems to be the confidence that the Magical Bridge Trust can raise the balance of the funds, and there was some concern about council putting up $1.4 million without seeing those concepts which the addition to the staff resolution seeks to resolve.
So I understand the need for some clarity of expectation around the funding, but we have to renew the playground anyway, right? And we either renew it with greater or less accessibility depending on the outcome, don't we?
Yes, so under our traditional renewals model, our ethos is to make things as accessible as possible for all, where the Magical Bridge is a little bit more relentless around the pursuit of fully accessible.
Yeah, so we would still have a renewal, a playground that was potentially more accessible than it currently is, and yes, good condition. So that's a win. The bigger win is getting them to have certainty of funding and being able to go that extra mile and create something really fabulous. That's the difference, isn't it?
Yes.
And so if we did this group that I saw in the chat, we had a little advisory group, which I'm not opposed to. What does that do to the timeframes for the delivery of the playground? Is it material, or is it just a small half step backwards?
So I'm not sure what was being proposed by the advisory group.
There's a bit of wording in here that says, can a working group of 3 or 4 councillors work with staff and work bridge on an MOU? I think it's Magical Bridge on an MOU from Maxine. Yeah.
So the answer is yes, because staff would have to do that work anyway. And if it is a few elected members, we might have a chance of getting everybody in the Zoom room.
Yeah, so it could happen without any material effect to have that group.
Yes.
And would it be useful then in terms of the final details of the MOU to do that? Or look, I'm very favourable to this project, and I'm pretty certain that if we're all in, that they'll get the funding they need, because they've been waiting for an opportunity to get a magical bridge playground. And I think we'd all pull together to make sure that could happen. But I do understand the risk over the finances. I just don't want to chuck the baby out with the bathwater. So what's the best way forward so that we don't do that we still maintain the confidence of the community that we really do want this fantastic opportunity we just do have to be careful with the ratepayers' contribution. And what's the best way forward from a staff point of view?
So obviously I am in your hands to some degree. We've recommended that concept comes back, and I think that provides a good level of assurance. If members were happy with a working group to develop the MOU, then that could be an option that meets the needs of the Magical Bridge Trust.
Yeah, well, personally, I don't think we need to, through you, Chair Mark, I don't think we need to over egg it. I think a couple of really thoughtful councillors overseeing that or helping to inform that would be fine. Probably yourself and Angela or something like that, with the experience that Angela's had over playgrounds, and just get to it. Yes, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we put up the new motion?
Go on then. Everything's so simple in my meetings, eh?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I see that.
Yeah. For that to make sense, Mayor Paula, I think you'd have to remove D.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Presupposes.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to make sure that the motion isn't so risk adverse that it reduces the confidence of the funders and partners in it, if you know what I mean.
If I might speak to that, Mayor Paula, I've talked to a couple of the potential funders just offline. They love the project, and they fully understand where we're at, and they get this chicken and egg situation as well. So I don't necessarily think we need to worry too much that it would affect it. I think it's just responsible governance, and they'd appreciate that. Okay, and so I'm happy with that. But I think if you've got the X's representing 4 different councillors, I think that's the more councillors you get involved, the longer sometimes things can be to work through, which is appropriate sometimes and not other times. I think 2 good councillors across this would be quite sufficient. That's my view. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Okay, yeah. Anything else there, Mayor Paula? Or? No, I'll talk to it when we get there.
I'm sure she meant to say that we're all good councillors.
I think she.
Yeah, 2 good councillors out of the many good councillors that we have.
Thank you. Mangai, Ollie, hi, you're up.
Yeah, just a quick point, Chair Mark, with regards to the proposed motion. Does there need to be a mention of when that draft MOU,
yes,
who approves that MOU and when it comes back?
Yeah, I think you're right there.
That's the April Community Committee, Carmen.
I thought, sorry, I thought the point here was to delegate authority to a working group to work with staff to sign off, so that we don't slow things down further waiting for the April meeting.
My understanding was that we get involved in the MOU, but it still has to come back to council for sign off. That was my understanding of it. That's hence Mayor Paula's reticence of having too many people in the chicken coop. So I'm of the understanding that it would still come back, but I mean, yeah.
With the indulgence of the chair,
Certainly.
When I sent the message through the chat, it was absolutely the intention that the working group would be tasked with coming up with the elements that went into the MOU that enabled the trust then to meet their time restraints and be able to get as much as they can back to us for the further meeting where in June we would be able to see then the concept drawings, etc. I think by having to bring back the memorandum of understanding to a further council decision exasperates the time frame and would be, I think, a little unhelpful.
Look, Gina, I'll throw that over to you because you're right on the front line of it. You mentioned earlier on it would set you back a few weeks, but what's your feeling on
it? My feeling is that yeah, I would support the recommendation of the councillors working with staff and the Magical Bridge Trust to develop and sign off on the MOU, noting that you trust each other and what you're going to put into it, but also that you trust us, that we're not there to shaft you or the community. We want to provide something that's really cool. So we're not going to, if for some reason we can't quite make the full $2.6 million funding target, we're not going to hold you for the funds to deliver it, and that's your decision. But I think as long as we're really clear with the community through our communications with Ed, which is all going to be done with council, is that this is a community project and we are seeking funds to deliver it, then hopefully that can cover that off. But of course, like with what Councillor Maxine has said, the sooner that we can work to have the signed agreement just gives us and our funders that security that it's a definite project, that it is happening, that we've got a location and that we've got some solid ground to start working from.
Right, so that memorandum of understanding would still answer Councillor Ewan's question around about exit. Should the and it's a terrible thing to ask, but should you
Mark, in the previous D, it did actually note that the memorandum of understanding included, or specified that council would be released of its obligation to build an fully accessible playground if the so I recommend that if it goes to the working group, that we include that we put that back into this resolution so that council is assured that that will be included in the memorandum of understanding. It was under the previous D, Carmen, if you still have access to that. Yeah, that bottom one, if you leave that in, the memorandum of understanding does not commit council.
Yeah.
Take out the rest of it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm happy to. I'll go with you, Sarah, on that one if you're cool.
Thanks, Mark. I think though we've removed the delegation to Maria to complete the MOU, so I don't know if we at least need to say that we delegate a working group to work with staff and approve a memorandum of understanding or something, so it's clear that we're delegating some authority to enter into it.
So my understanding is that the word requests will work in this capacity, and there's no need to put delegates, where I'm happy to put that, but there's...
Okay, because it says we request that they work with staff, etc., regarding terms of the draft memorandum of understanding, but then there's nothing in here which says we're going to enter into a memorandum of understanding.
So to develop the memorandum of understanding, take out regarding terms. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Ooh, hopefully the playground will get built quicker than this resolution will.
That's the issue, isn't it?
Oh no, we've got to get it right. It's big bucks and it's a really cool project. So happy to take as long as it needs.
Now we need to choose some councillors.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to work on it. And Mayor Paula suggested Councillor Angela. Are you happy to be on that?
Always happy to help.
Of course, fantastic.
And that's no disrespect to anyone else. It's just based on their experience with playgrounds.
All right, Paula, the damage is done now. Don't worry about it.
I think you're all marvellous. Let me tell you that. I think you really
go.
Okay, well, if the group is happy with that, I'm prepared to do that with there. All righty. Any more questions around that? We're getting there, team. We're getting there. More questions? Okay. Well, look.
Sorry, Chair Mark.
Hello, Ollie.
Yep, hi, just watching the motion being developed. So, just for clarity's sake, to my mind, it still doesn't define delegated authority. I understand the intent is a delegated authority for the MOU is with the council's working group. Is that correct?
Yes, the working group just works on the MOU. Yep.
And they have the authority to sign that off with Magical Bridge Trust NZ.
Yes.
Yes.
I just think that wording needs to define that then, just so we're quite clear on it.
Yes, but delegates come in so that people are clear.
Yeah, just it's a bit too ambiguous at the moment from a technical perspective.
Delegates working group. Yep. Sarah, do you want to slow it down even more?
Yes, actually. Wait, now it's just grammatically horrible. It's okay. Delegates a working group in order just get rid of XXX form. Yeah, okay, that's looking better. And there was also the ambiguity where it talks about current financial year. Could we just clarify which financial year we're talking about wanting to be able to deliver?
So I'm just going to make sure I've got the right the 22-23 financial year.
Okay, nice. I think I'm happy with it now. Any other concerns from elected members?
Please no. Right. Right. Okay, well, look, that's been moved. Sarah, do you want to, would you like to, we'll move into debate. Would you like to speak to it?
Just to say that this is a really exciting project. I think the key philosophy behind it is that it's a fully integrated playground, which is, it's not a playground side by side, it's saying that absolutely everybody is able to and welcome to play on this playground. And I think it that's going to be a huge asset to our community, so really looking forward to it, and keen to make sure that we don't unduly slow things down, so we make sure that we're able to get this all ready in time for when Claudelands needs to be renewed, because it's looking really shabby at the moment, and time is ticking on that. So that's important as well. So great to see the staged approach, and thanks for everyone who's been working on this today.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Angela.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, look, I was pleased to hear that it is actually looking shabby, because it does mean it's being so well used. And as someone who was a big supporter of destination playgrounds, that's great to hear. I'm sure that the other destination playgrounds are starting to wear out as well and be up for renewal. Look, thanks for the indulgence in managing that that motion and outcome. I think I'm always consistent in wanting to manage expectations, particularly when we have agreements with external people. And I think it's very, very important that we are really clear. It's also good governance and due diligence on behalf of ratepayers, which we need to do. Fully supportive of the concept. You know, I've always said that, or I've always been a strong supporter for the disability community. As we all know, a quarter of our population in New Zealand, which means in Hamilton, lives with some form of disability, and I've been consistent with that. So I want this project to be successful, and will do everything that I can on my small end to make sure that happens, and look forward to the day that we are the first city in New Zealand with this amazing vision. So thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. I think where we've landed is a really good end point. None of us want to slow this down. We all do. We do know that the playground needs to get renewed. We know that the playground would be more accessible anyway, but this gives us, like Councillor Angela has said, the most amazing opportunity to be the first with a truly accessible playground of this nature, and that's exciting because, and I'm not claiming any victory over this at all, but previous councils put the playgrounds approach in place, the destination playgrounds, and we've had some fantastic local playgrounds too. And they've paved the way for exactly this to happen, and it's well overdue. It's time. to have those with disabilities playing alongside amongst with people without disabilities, so they're fully integrated into the community, which they've been asking for many years now. So I'm quite excited. I think that Mark and Angela, you'll put your head over this quite quickly. We'll get the details worked through, and then we can pull together to get the money that we need from the wider community, from wider funders, to crack on and deliver this outstanding project. So all credit to everybody who's played a part in this playground work. We've already been recognised as national leaders in the playground development, and as I say, that started well before I became mayor here. So I acknowledge that.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, look, I just want to follow on from Councillor Angela and the Mayor to briefly say I fully support this initiative. I just felt, and I'm really pleased with the outcome, that in doing our jobs as governors, we had some safeguards. I think I know I have confidence in Mark and Councillor Angela helping to keep optics on that. Like everyone else, I will be excited that we have a world-leading, well, at least a wonderful example of accessible playgrounds in Hamilton, if it all comes together, while ensuring we have a fit-for-purpose playground based on our current budgeting limitations. So it's a perfect blend of council participating with another party, but being also clear when council does that, it takes its fiduciary duties and its expectation to the community and its accountability very seriously. And I think we've achieved that.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, I also agree with the past speakers. I think we've got a good outcome today, and I support the continuance of the rollout of really, really good adventure and destination playgrounds. But I think we have to be careful here too that we're not too extravagant, and we have to think about renewals not necessarily being total replacement, that there is such a thing as repair. And whilst these units get lots and lots of use, sometimes we can repair some of the existing infrastructure without necessarily replacing it. And some of that infrastructure is still good and fit for purpose. I don't think it's always great to be the first to do all of these things. We have been successful in winning awards, but I don't think that the ratepayers necessarily feel all the time that they should be funding being first to get the best outcome as well as winning those awards. And I know that in the past we have had decisions made on new playgrounds being funded, I think it was 2/3 by external funding. I'm not sure whether that motion still remains. It certainly did in the last long-term plan. I'm not sure whether it's there now, but we have had particularly great success from external funding on our playgrounds rollout, and I would like to see that continue. And I would not like to see this one go ahead with great gusto if we haven't got the appropriate external funding to deliver the outcome that we all expect.
Thank you, Councillor Rob. Mangai Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Hey, look, I support the concept as well. And I've got confidence in staff and Georgina to deliver on this as they have in the past. I just was initially had discomfort with the proposed recommendation not providing enough logical steps in place to provide the safeguards for everyone. Always keen to for Hamilton to be first for the good projects and keen to see this go forward. Obviously, though, that the future playground is as good as, if not better, than what Clauden's is at the moment.
Thank you, Ollie. Yeah, and look, that segues nicely into what I was hoping to say about it. As chair of the committee, I've been, as Helen will know, and Maria will know, I've been haranguing them for the last 3 weeks about this item because I don't want to reduce play capacity. I want to increase play capacity, which is why I'm excited about a brand new Magical Bridge playground. But the evidence has come back, or the direction has come back, that Claudelands is a winner of a destination of a Magical Bridge playground, and I agree with it. I think it is a fantastic venue. We are playing chicken and egg to a degree with the funding, but you've got to realise that the chicken and the egg are $1.4 million. It's a $1.4 million chicken. And you could say the egg is one of our most popular playgrounds as well. So it's pretty high stakes what we're doing here. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on this plan to come through to prove that the play capacity is going to be as good. My worry is, and it's always going to be a delicate one to talk about, my worry is, I thought with a brand new Magical Bridge playground, it would be an incredible facility for, in particular, disabled kiddies to be playing on. We're already putting it in the place of a totally full playground. So I don't want to see too much competition for that space, as it were. So that's why I really want an increase in capacity. But, you know, that's my desire. And I'm really happy with the way we've turned out. I think it's responsible. I want to be as encouraging as we possibly can to Magical Bridge. And I know this may all seem like a bit grumpy and a bit downy and a bit like we're not keen. Please don't take it like that at all. I think everyone's very supportive of the concept. We just need to get it the right way, done the right way as governors, as Councillor Ewan said earlier on. And look, heaven forbid, should it not happen in June, that is not the end. This thing is I'm absolutely convinced that while my skinny white bottom points downwards, this is going to happen in our town. So over to you, Sarah, for right a reply.
Always some interesting turns of phrase. Thank you. I think there's already been lots of good words said. Nothing, and also nothing wrong with being first, something really, really good. I'd just add, I hope there's going to be shade in this playground, because right now Claudelands has no shade over the play area at all. And this needs to be something that we think really hard about going forward in terms of designing new play spaces. So a small plug for that. Looking forward to the concept design. Thanks.
Great stuff. Okay, look, let's put. Can we put that motion up again, please, and then we'll put it to the vote, just so we're absolutely clear on what we're voting for. All right. So in front, that's been moved by Sarah, seconded by myself. So those in favour, show of hands, please. Thank you. Against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Fantastic. Okay, well done. Good work. All right, item 15, you're tracking all right. I think there's a possibility, I'm just giving you a bit of advance warning. I've had a message from Sean, who is supposed to be leading the Heipo Manawa Ora item. Muna, who is is obviously authoring this thing, is very, very crook at the moment and can't speak to it. So just give you a bit of advance warning that we may be asking the group to defer it until April. So we'll get back to that shortly. So we'll move on to the One Victoria Trust with other Sean, acting CEO at the moment. Okay. And I just want to mention too that Councillor Angela has asked to move this staff recommendation. I'm happy to second it. So moving on. Sorry, Sean.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm hoping the paper is fairly self-explanatory. The One Victoria Trust that operates the Meteor Theatre is having to do some further work on upgrading bathroom facilities at the theatre. They have a $280,000 budget that they're having, or cash budget they're having to meet. They're getting some in-kind support from construction providers. However, at the moment they have a current shortfall of $40,000 to what they have to raise, and they've asked whether council would consider underwriting $20,000 of that. The other $20,000 shortfall would be matched by an underwrite from Momentum Waikato. So the resolution is seeking your approval to the $20,000 underwrite, and as I've said in the paper, to be clear, it is an underwrite. It may not be required, or only part of it might be required, but you should assume that it might all be spent if they struggle to get approvals from some of the other funding applications they put in.
Cool.
Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Sean. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Sean, thank you for the report. I recall in 2014 when we gifted the building to the Trust, and the basis of, could you just remind Council what the basis of that gifting was?
Yeah, essentially the gift was a gift of the building, that if they were to do the remedial work and upgrade work on the building, that it would the tenure of the building would revert to their hands in perpetuity. The Trust has actually delivered on that. The condition was we also gave a cash grant, as has been mentioned in the paper, at the time to assist with the upgrade work that they had to do, primarily for seismic strengthening. And it was on the basis that they accepted the status of the state of the building, and it was on the basis that they would raise funds on an ongoing basis as and when need be for building maintenance and renewals.
And over the years since then, we've provided them over 700,000 in additional help.
The money that the 700,000 includes the original 150 and 75,000 as a part of the gift itself, but the further funding they have had, which has largely been separate to the building works, has been part of the community grants program.
Thanks, Sean. And one final question. I mean, often people talk about an underwrite being a security to a lender or to a bank to enable a project to go ahead, sort of a guarantor. In this circumstance, could you help me understand the context? They're not going to somebody to fill the gap. They're sort of saying they'll, well, I'll ask you the question. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, yes, look, they are going to other people to fill the gap, and they have got some applications in place, but they can't get a response to those applications because of the organisation's own schedule at a time when they need to move fast to actually get the work program scheduled and underway.
Right, so they've got builders lined up and they just want confidence that if they don't find the extra funding, they're not going to be leaving the contractors out of pocket.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So can I just be clear, Sean, you're saying this can come from existing budgets, is that right?
Yeah, well, I'm suggesting that it would come from any surpluses we have as we hit the year end.
Okay, what say we don't have surpluses at year end?
I think we are going to have, in some of our budget streams, we are going to have some surpluses.
Okay, and can you just maybe speak, and notwithstanding Councillor Ewan's excellent questions about the track record of this group, can you give us some confidence around the fact that we may not have to spend it, that their fundraising capacity is good?
Look, I think if you consider the total amount of money that they have generated over the years since they took possession of the theatre for building works, it's been substantial, and they have been very successful in raising significant amounts of money for a building that needed a significant amount of work. But more than that, I think it's fair to say their reputation and their delivery of what they promised to deliver at the time of the gifting of the theatre by Hamilton City Council, they have delivered continuously and without fail to the community in terms of the amount of activation and utilisation that they have driven. So I think they've had a very, very positive impact on the city. Personal view.
Thank you, Sean. Mayor Paula.
Sorry, sticky mouse. Thank you for that. Sean, just in respect of following on from that last question, they sure have put a lot of extra value into that that building and everything they put on there. With this, this is going to take that whole theatre to the next level. So I presume we could expect a greater use of the facility and greater return from keeping that building in really good condition and upgrading that toilet block and entranceway is just going to add value to this asset.
Absolutely, and it's probably the last major upgrade that they actually have to do for some time. It's just one area that they couldn't fund when they did the major work because of budget constraints and tightness, so they delayed it and deferred it at a point where they really can't continue to do that.
And my understanding from them is that had COVID not sort of confined us all to home for great chunks of the last 2 years, they would have probably been in a position of being able to fund this. So it's just a short-term measure?
I would think so. I would like to think so. I don't know that as a fact, but I'd like to think so.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any more questions on the item? Alrighty. Okay. Well, without further ado, it's been put by. It's been moved by Councillor Andrew. I've seconded it, but feel free to have a crack at speaking. Councillor Angela, do you want to open debate?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Just a couple of things. The reason there's a couple of reasons why it's easy to support this. It is an underwrite, so therefore reduces council's risk. But Sean took the words right out of my mouth in terms of the One Victoria Trust has exceptional record of delivery, exceptional record of raising funds. And I know that the bathrooms there, current bathroom, I think in some way I'll miss them because they're just so old and little and scody, but has been on their list to do for a long time. But I guess raising money for loos isn't very sexy. And yet in saying that, look at what they have achieved in terms of fundraising already. And clearly all of the major local players have put their hands in their pocket and are happy to throw their support behind One Victoria Trust. And I think always at the end of the day, while I don't ever want to imagine a future without the Meteor Theatre, if there was a future in some universe where that happened, the building comes back to the city anyway. So I see it as an investment in a city's asset. But yeah, very happy to move this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Angela. Mayor Paula, you've got you up next.
Thank you. I totally 100% support Angela's comments. She's absolutely right. Time and again, this trust have stepped up and met their goals and done some amazing things with which was pretty much a shell of a theatre when they first took it over. And they've enriched the building and all the assets, but they've also enriched cultural arts in Hamilton through what they put through that theatre. The number of shows and different types of entertainment and visual arts, creative arts of all sorts, performing arts that have gone through there is absolutely amazing. I have to say, if anybody doubts this is necessary, they just need to go to the bathroom when they're attending one of these wonderful shows, because they must be some of the oldest existing toilets in the whole city. And I know they keep them very clean, so I'm always very confident to go in there. But honestly, it's really, really hard to maintain a facility like that. Beautiful theatre needs more than 2 dingy women's cubicles with a cracked basin and a dripping tap. We really can do better, so I'm really excited to help them to get to this next stage. But anyway, as I see it, it's just a way of helping them out in the short term, and I'm pretty certain they'll come up with the goods to crack on and do the job themselves, but this helps.
Fantastic. All right, thank you. I was waiting for you to bring up the Fruit Loops like I did with the pools last term. Remember that?
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, those cracked tiles, they made a headline.
Yeah, for sure. All right, thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Martin. Just on mute there, Martin.
Sorry, I hadn't intended to speak, but I'm totally swayed by the Mayor's incredibly eloquent speech. I'm seriously, a big shout out to the One Victoria Trust. The only thing I'm going to say is I want to shout out to the other groups in our community, including Riverlea and the group behind Founders Theatre. So I'm very keen and enthusiastic that this council will be supporting the performing arts across a number of venues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Rob.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Look, I don't want to dwell on the toilets for too long, but I did work in that building 50 years ago as a student when it was a Coca-Cola bottling plant. And those toilets, or the men's anyway, I don't confess to have been through the women's toilets, but the men's toilets are still the same as they were 50 years ago. So I believe that they are in need of being replaced. And I don't think it's an extravagance on the part of Victoria One Trust now wanting to do that. I'd also want to emphasise that it is an underwrite. And knowing the track record of this particular group and their current governance, there's probably a stronger chance that we won't have to cough up any of the 20,000. But if we do, I think it's money well spent. Earlier speakers have indicated how well the Trust has delivered to local theatre and arts since they took over the building in 2014. And, you know, I think they're an exemplar for what all of our community groups could be doing in our community in terms of the way that they have governed and operated this facility. So I wouldn't really be too concerned if we ended up spending the 20,000, but I think there's a strong chance that we won't, and it will be simply an underwrite.
Thank you, Councillor Rob. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, look, despite my questions, I am comfortable to support the underwrite. When I look at an exemplar in the theatre field in Hamilton, I must confess I land firmly with the Rivoli. They are a group that have not received much help from council at all. And unlike others, haven't had buildings gifted to them. Having said that, I agree that that the current management of the Meteor appears to be functioning well. I acknowledge that the request for an underwrite is probably prudent in this current environment, that we've got to ensure that contractors have confidence that the work will be paid for. But like Councillor Rob, I'm hopeful that they don't actually need us to fulfill that obligation and make the difference. But if it does, I'm comforted, as Councillor Angela said, that ultimately, if anything goes wrong, this asset comes back to the ratepayers. And having, you know, good quality bathrooms in this day and age is something that we have to hope and occasionally enable. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Look, the afternoon wouldn't be complete without some decent puns in here, so I don't want to leave these people with nowhere to go. And you know, and while you know some of the comments from today have left us feeling somewhat flushed, especially some of Rob's, you know, I'm happy to support this motion. And like Rob and Ewan, I hope we don't have to, but if we have to, I don't mind spending a penny or two with this group. So because they have a great track record. So yeah, over to you, Angela, for your right of reply.
No, just well done for all those puns.
Right, here we go. Okay, so we'll put that to the vote. Do we need to see it? No, okay, hands up. Who's in support of it? Thank you. Anyone against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Well done, and please pass their best wishes on to them. Thank you. Great. All right, now we've got the next item, which is the Hepō Manawa Ora report plan. I had a text from Sean Hickey, who was hopeful of presenting this in Mona's absence. As you know, Mona is very much the architect of Hepō Manawa Ora, and it is a very important piece of work that we want to look at, and there's some tough questions in there. So his request was that we postpone this until April. So I'd like to move a procedural motion that we leave this on the table Thank you, Depora, for seconding until April. So if we could put that to the vote.
So you can't even have questions. So your procedural, you're knocking me out from even
Sorry,
having.
Martin. Yeah. Well, unless you can think of another way of.
Well, I mean, I don't think you have to do. I don't think you have to. It doesn't have to be procedural. At the end, there's been no motion put up. The end of the questions, very quick questions. It can just be that the matter be held over to the next meeting. It doesn't have to be procedural. If you do a procedural, then you're cutting out debate.
Okay.
That's cool.
All right, I'll suspend standing orders for a second and ask governance their advice on that one, because I took their advice before I moved it. So having heard that, governance, what's your advice?
My advice would be that it be a procedural motion, being that the staff member can't be in attendance. I would suggest, Councillor Gallagher, that if it is something and the motion had already been,
Yeah.
Apologies, someone's just confusing me here a bit. So the motion has been
well, respectfully, and I'm totally respect of Moona's situation. I don't think the democratic process should rely on whether or not a member of our staff team can be in the chamber or not. All I was asking for was just to ask a couple of questions of clarification. I'm not necessarily against the holding it over, but there's some questions I'd like to ask here and now. But I mean, obviously that's going to be in the chair's hands, and I respect the staff advice.
Yeah. No, look, I thoroughly get that you're trying to protect democratic process here, but I have moved a procedural motion at this point, and I know it won't please everybody. Well, it'll be ideal to kick it around the table. I will stick with the procedural motion, which has been seconded by Maungai Depora. So feel free to vote against it if you wish, and then that'll get it back on the table. But I will put this to the vote now. So we'll do that by indication, by those little reaction things across all the tick, please.
Can you just confirm the motion again, please, Chair Mark?
Yeah, the motion is that we defer this item and bring it back to the April Community Committee meeting.
Councillor Pascoe, would you mind using your tick or cross? Okay. The motion is carried, noting Councillor Gallagher is dissenting.
Thank you. Happy to chat that through later offline, Martin. That's cool.
No, it's all good. Just had some questions. Okay. I'm cool.
Sweet, isn't it?
Follow Depora's wise advice.
Thank you, and thank you for your support. Right, okay, we'll move that we go into publicly excluded, please. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Deputy Mayor Jeff. Those in favour?